Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to this plenary hall. And we're going to start the day. I ask you to take your seats, please. Well, good morning. Today, we are kicking off the third and last day of the 9th edition of the ECTO conference. We are starting with one of the objectives that are the focus of the mobilization driven by these conferences, to move towards the first smoke-free generation. The Commission has decided to register a European citizens' initiative entitled Call for a Tobacco-Free Environment and the First Tobacco-Free European Generation by 2030. This initiative in Spain is led by nofumadores.org. We encourage everyone to sign it. Then we go for the first roundtable of the day, a cross-cutting roundtable moderated by Dr. Josep Maria Borràs, Scientific Coordinator of the Spanish Cancer Strategy for the Ministry of Health of Spain. And the roundtable is composed by Maria Neira, Director of the Department of Public Health and Environment at the World Health Organization. She will be connected online. Pekka Puska, Professor, Finnish Institute for Health and Welfare. Kari Adams, Chief Executive Officer of the Union for International Cancer Control. And Isabel de la Mata, Principal Advisor for Health, European Commission. Dr. Borràs, all yours.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I think it will be better. So good morning to everybody. I think we are beginning the session today about how we can move towards all tobacco-free generation, which is a challenging topic, but I think it's a good way to begin the last day of this conference and a good way to think how we can progress in our fight against tobacco. I think we have a very distinguished panel of speakers today. We shall begin with Dr. Maria Neira from a more global perspective from the WHO. Later, Mr. Kari Adams from the International Union Against Cancer, and then we will move to Europe for a perspective by the European Union by Dr. Isabel de la Mata. And then finally, we will see also a country experience and implications for other countries in Europe by Professor Pekka Puska. So what we plan to have is short talks by each of the speakers and then a panel discussion, but also I will invite the audience to ask questions about the hot topic that we are discussing and the different perspectives that we are trying to convey in this session. So just if we can begin with Dr. Maria Neira, that she's online, so it's, I hope it will work. Hello. Hello, Dr. Neira. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. As you can imagine, I would love to be in Madrid for many, many different reasons, but unfortunately, at the last minute, we have a meeting that required my presence here in Geneva, and for that reason, I'm connected only virtual, but a great pleasure to be with you, and thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me, particularly to participate in this exciting panel. I think the title of the panel is very, very inspiring. Nothing more rewarding that contribute to the generation tobacco-free. That will be an incredible mission for all of us. And if we could reach something like that, I think we can, as public health officers, feel very rewarded and having the feeling that we have accomplished something important. Anytime as a public health officer that I hear the word preventable deaths, I feel really very bad that we are probably not putting in place all the measures we have to really make sure that we have preventable deaths and we are doing everything possible to reduce those deaths. And this is the case of tobacco. In front of the horrible number of how many deaths we have every year caused by tobacco, we have these war preventable deaths. And this is what makes me very anxious about the fact that we need to make sure that we are taking any possible measure to advance into that prevention. How do we prepare a next generation that will better understand the harm that tobacco is causing to their health, but as well to the health of our planet, the health of our economy, and the health of our society in general? And how can we tell them that we need to put the basis for a more healthier environments and environments where they can develop and be happy, not only on a repressive way, but being happy? And I was thinking on several things that I would like to share with you, very much based on experience on public health. But one is certainly we need to talk their language. And their language is about very much about communication, about branding, about glamour. One of the things why the tobacco is still successful is because the glamourization around that. We were very successful in the past on attacking tobacco with the campaigns, taking the glamour of tobacco and changing it in words like the famous Marlboro advertising on Bob, I got cancer. I think today we need to de-glamourize again the electronic cigarettes. If you go to the places where they sell those cigarettes, they look as a very fancy, beautiful boutiques, and we need to anticipate that, and we need to try to change and make sure that we find the right messages that will talk to the young people. Maybe on the image as well. Most of those influencers talking on and doing TikToks and communication, they pay very much attention to the image. Maybe we need to refocus on the impact that the tobacco can have on your aesthetics, on your physique, on your appearance. Maybe that will be very appealing again, showing the face of somebody who has been smoking and how this contribute for you to be against your own beauty. The second thing it talks to the young generation is the planet, the environment. How we need to embark on a more sustainable and eco-friendly world. And that can be one of the critical messages as well. As you remember very well, the campaign of last year of WHO World No Tobacco Day, WHO and Partners World No Tobacco Day, was very much about the need for protecting our planet from the destruction that the production and consumption of tobacco is adding to our world. 6 trillion cigarettes produced every year, 6 million of trees destroy, 84 million tons of CO2 emissions because of the production of tobacco, and 22 trillion liters of water use, plus the 4.5 trillion cigarette butts that are everywhere in our environment. So maybe this environmental component, that this friendly, positive one, is one of the messages. And my third one, and I will stop, will be the topic of this year, the focus of this year on we need food, not tobacco. And how, again, having a look at what it takes to produce tobacco, and how farmers are investing on producing tobacco instead of producing food is generating as well a critical negative impact on our society. So I think we have the right strategy, absolutely the right one. Maybe we need to adjust our tactics on how we talk to this new generation and how we convince them without giving them the impression that we are restrictive, that this is the only way, this is the positive way, and this is the one that will keep them healthier but happiest as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nadia. I think it's important that your message about changing tactics, adjusting tactics within a global strategy that we agree on. So thank you very much. The next is Dr. Kari Adams. The floor is yours. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organisers for this excellent few days that we've had, sharing time with experts from around the world. I wouldn't call myself a tobacco control expert, but I am passionate about addressing tobacco control and the need of resolving the issues that we have in cancer around the world. Bear in mind that I am leading the UICC. I should have a presentation here. Let's see if this clicks through. Right, okay, it's up there. It's not, oh, there it is, okay. So let me go on to the first one. So why is UICC passionate about tobacco control? I think most people know that in this room. You have got so many cancers linked to tobacco use, and it's responsible for 1 in 8 cases and 1 in 5 cancer deaths. On top of that, UICC was a founding member of the NCD Alliance some 13 years ago now. And of course, NCDs are important to us. We sit on the board of the NCD Alliance and argue the case that the common risk factors should be addressed not specifically for cancer, but for all of the NCDs. And it affects the whole body. So as a community, a health community, we have to address tobacco control if we want to see a drop-off in the number of cases of cancer and NCDs in the future, and also people living a longer, healthier life. Now, that's the exam question that we have for this session. So let me have a look at what I think are the key issues we need to do to make that a reality in the coming decades. I quite like this slide. I think this is neat. What it says to me is that we have the answers to how we can reduce the amount of tobacco use around the world. It's called the FCTC. And I congratulate those in the room who were involved in its original crafting and negotiation and subsequent negotiations at the various COPs, that we have such a powerful treaty, which we know if was fully implemented by all countries around the world, we would see a far healthier society. But it's difficult to implement it. And that really is the tone of my next 3 or 4 minutes. How can we make sure that that wonderful asset that we have negotiated and secured can be properly implemented country by country around the world? So, for example, some 10 years ago, I think Australia were the first country to get plain packaging in their own country, despite the enormous pressures of the industry and the countless lawyers that were paid millions to oppose the work that was done so brilliantly by Nicola Roxon and her team, ably helped by a lot of people in the cancer community and others in Australia. The truth is today that I think we've only got 25 countries that have actually taken on this from 10 years ago, because everywhere it goes, there is opposition from the tobacco industry. So we need more people like this. Now, can I just have a show of hands? Can anyone who's a lawyer put their hand up in the room, please? We don't have many in the room. There aren't many lawyers that are working in our field. And we need lawyers, because this is the most important thing that we have to push through in the next 20 years. All of that great work, building the evidence, we need lawyers to take it through government. Now, this is the McCabe Centre for Law on Cancer, and they're a wonderful group, an all-women set of lawyers who are helping people around the world, lawyers around the world, implement the laws that we need to see the fulfillment of the FCTC. Law is one of the most influential enablers of health and sustainable development, and it's cost-effective, but it cannot be done alone. It needs to be done with other particular policies that governments can adopt. But nonetheless, it is very, very effective, because once it's in place, it is in place. It's not a whim, not an idea, not a view, perspective, or an evidence-based suggestion. It's a law. And between tobacco control best practice and getting a law, and I must admit that I have creatively swiped this idea, there are Lego bricks. For those of you who were in the presentation yesterday, which I thought was outstanding, and I congratulate the gentleman who gave it. But there are Lego bricks, and we heard how Lego bricks can stop things happening. And this is what we have in most governments. We have a little red brick called the lawyer who works on the health ministry. And we have the blue bricks, which are all the lawyers who are paid for by the industry. And they're very rich and very expensive. and they spend all their time disrupting anything that we would want to put through to protect the lives of individuals. So the question is, how do we empower, increase the resources and the capability of the red bricks, those lawyers who sit lonely in most national governments, trying to do the best they can to put forward the laws which support the FCTC and the MPOW commitments. And this is why we set up the McCabe Centre for Law and Cancer based in Melbourne, Australia, some 10 years ago, just celebrated its 10th anniversary last year. And I noticed that Hake is in front of me. I would like to personally thank Hake, because not only did he recognize the potential of the McCabe Centre, he also, that was the first knowledge hub that was established by the FCT Secretariat, and I remember signing the documentation in your room. So thank you for giving your faith to this initiative. That group has trained up 270 lawyers in governments around the world. The idea was to create an army of lawyers, all based in different governments, that would help each other and train each other and support each other to put in place the laws. So a lawyer in one country, in a government, who was trying to put in plain packaging, could draw on the lawyers who've actually achieved it in other countries. The laws are different, but the arguments are the same. And most importantly, we know exactly what the industry arguments against it will be, whether that's an international law or a national law. So we've created alumni that now cross-helps itself. We've worked in 70 countries, and 22 countries more, every month we get more hopefully, have actually implemented new laws, and we've got 7 countries have actually defended laws against the industry. We want more lawyers trained up. So if there's one message that I would give you, is if we want to implement the great work of the generation before us who negotiated FCTC and followed it through with various COPs, then we have to give the governments the tool set, the capability, the ability to fight the industry to put those laws in place which support all those ambitions. And these are the key considerations in implementing the laws. It should be part of a comprehensive package, including fiscal measures, etc. You need to get the right people around the table, create the energy within civil society, working with the government, working even with some industry, like the small retailers who may be affected by the laws that are being implemented. You have to make sure that the Framework Convention Article 5.3 is adhered to. The industry has to be kept out of those negotiations. And you have to use all the available evidence, which we have lots of. All of you are doing great work in tobacco control, but there aren't many lawyers in the room. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Adams, for raising the issue of the importance of the law as a one of the main strategies to fight against tobacco and to make significant progress amongst tobacco, and to remind us that it's a very cost-effective strategy. So I think it's 2 important messages. Now we are moving to the European perspective, and we'll invite Dr. Della Mata to explain more or less the position of the European Commission. I think one of the main changes in the recent years was the movement to publish the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan and the Mission on Cancer, which is to focus, maybe it's because I am working on cancer, so for me it's very important. I can understand that maybe there are other perspectives that they find not so important, the main choice that the choice made by the European Commission about cancer as a priority. But I think it's, for us, it has been a very important step forward. So thank you, Dr. Della Mata.
Thank you very much. You have talked about the law, and this is where we are specialists. It's one of the strengths of the European Commission. We are able to do legislation. Well, the tobacco consumption in the European Union is the main cause of preventable cancer. We estimate 27%. So now we are going hand to hand, the tobacco control and the Europe's Beating Cancer Plan, to succeed in this objective of going from 25% of tobacco consumption, that is what we estimate that we have now, to the 5%. One of the problems is that the young generations where we are addressing, they have two characteristics. One, they are invincible. They are never going to die. The tobacco is going to make other people to die, but not then. And the second one, I can stop when I want. So we need to address this young generation in a different way, and as Maria was saying, there are many different actions that we need to take into consideration, but that most of them are not the law, unfortunately. To deliver in the Europe's Beating Cancer plan and the Commission, what we are doing now is review the legislation, the legislative framework for the tobacco control. We have two main pieces of legislation that are the Tobacco Products Directive from 2014 and the Tobacco Advertising Directive that is already from 2003, so 20 years old. And then, well, there are other tobacco control policies. In February this year, we launched a public consultation on this evaluation that will give the possibility to the stakeholders and the general public to express their views on the EU tobacco control rules by 16th of May. Just one plea. In the previous public consultation that we had for the current directive, we received around 100,000 replies. Wow. Not most of them, I will say, not from people like you, but from the other people. And that the main objective was to make impossible that evaluation, so to stop the advancement of the directive. So the plea now is please answer this consultation, please make your voice being listened in order we can counterbalance. So because once we have the results of the evaluation, we could decide in the next step. But now we cannot say what we are going to do because it's one of the requirements to be in line with what the evaluation says. It is very important that our objectives go hand to hand with the better implementation of the Framework Convention of Tobacco Control, and that we create the momentum to better enforce the legislation in the member states' national tobacco control strategies. Because even if we do the European Union legislation, you are the ones that have to implement in the countries. Nevertheless, we think that still the current Tobacco Products Directive could provide for further health benefits. The implementing act, which will ban flavor heated tobacco products as of October, is a result of this directive, and is a market that is growing very fast and is very popular among the young people. Another thing that we are doing is the revision of the 2009 Council recommendation on smoke-free environments that will protect the European Union citizens from the exposure to second-hand smoke and the aerosol. And a call for evidence on this area for this initiative was launched in June last year. And we had a substantial feedback. And now we are doing targeted consultations with the member state, with the main stakeholders. And when everything will be finished, we will present a revised council recommendation. The other thing that is important is that tobacco consumption, I mean, the bad effects of tobacco consumption is not just cancer. The tobacco is an important risk factor for other diseases, and this is why we are concentrating in the non-communicable disease initiative, Healthier Together. And that was launched in December 2021 with the aim to support the member states in identifying and implementing effective actions and policies to reduce the burden of major non-communicable diseases. Under one of the strengths of the European Union is legislation, the other one is the coordination. So the EU for Health Work Programme 2022 and 2023 have made available funds, significant funds, for health promotion and disease prevention. And we have at this moment, as maybe you know, two joint actions, one on tobacco control, the second one of this kind, and another one, the joint action on cancer and other non-communicable diseases prevention, action on health determinants, that try to address in a holistic way the risk factors that are related to non-communicable diseases, and of course one of them is tobacco. So this is a way to foster the collaboration among the member states, but also with all the other stakeholders that are associated, that are working in the tobacco control, and with this aim of having only 5% of tobacco consumption in 2014. This is very important. We think that this is realistic. When we began to discuss the current tobacco products directive, the aim was one of the possibilities that was discussed was to ban tobacco at all, to achieve the 0% consumption. That was not considered to be realistic, but 5% could be realistic. So this is the work that we have ahead of us. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Dr. Delamata. I think being realistic in our targets, it's very, very important. So I think it's also what we need. Now the floor is for Dr. Pekka Puska to offer more national perspective. I have to say that for me, but personally, it's very important to give the floor to Professor Pekka Puska for my previous origins in cardiovascular epidemiology, that he was has a leading role on that field at the time that I was working. So thank you, Professor Puska. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair, and dear friends. I'm very happy to contribute to this important conference. I remember how we organized the first European Tobacco Conference in Helsinki in 1996. And I'm happy to see that this series of conferences, important conferences, continue. The topic of this session is tobacco-free generation, or endgame, that has received growing attention now in countries. We introduced in Finland this endgame first as first country in national legislation 2010. And there's been a lot of interest in WHO, FCTC, and WHO European region. The health ministers in Ashgabat Declaration in 2013 expressed the wish for smoke-free Europe. And we heard about the EU Europe's Beating Cancer Plan. There's a European Citizens Initiative for Tobacco-Free Generation, and many national strategies. In Finland, after our first tobacco law, 1977, we have had a very nice reduction in tobacco use. And currently, the prevalence of daily smoking among adults is around 10%. Concerning other nicotine products, we do have a problem of snus being a neighbor country of Sweden, and there's a fair amount of illegal smuggling of snus. The use of e-cigarettes is surprisingly low, but we do also have the new nicotine pouches heavily advertised, but we have little data yet on their use. Also, among youth, the daily smoking has very much reduced, and the prevalence now is quite low. So, with the continuously declining trends, we many years ago already started to think what is the end of this process. It cannot be just reduction and control. And the end has to be, as we said first, smoke-free Finland, a situation where tobacco is no more a public health problem. So, as the first country in the world, we introduced this endgame 2010 in our law. And probably we are still the only country. But in 1913, we amended the law. So now that the first paragraph of our tobacco law says that the aim of this law is to end the use of tobacco and other nicotine-containing products. So, what has been behind the favorable development in Finland? Already the first tobacco law, 1977, was quite pioneering with a complete advertising ban, prohibition of sale to minors, smoke-free public places. And you must remember that for nearly 50 years there's been no tobacco advertising in Finland. But gradually the law has been amended so that there's been included smoke-free workplaces, smoke-free restaurants, licensing system with fee in retail sales, and tobacco display ban in retail stores. And furthermore, we do have now pictorial health warnings, ban on flavors, including nicotine-free e-cigarettes. E-cigarettes are treated like cigarettes in our legislation, smoke and vape-free cars, smoke-free beaches, and now the plain packaging will be introduced next Sunday, so 1st of May, the plain packaging will be effective. And we do have plans for further amendments. Recently, a Ministry of Health working group prepared plans for the next changes in our legislation, including tobacco tax increases, further smoke-free environments, including multi-unit housing, and minimum purchasing age of tobacco products to 20 years, and a strong control of new nicotine products. And so finally, how do we feel, how to achieve the tobacco and nicotine-free country, Finland? We feel that the key is persistent continuation of existing proven methods. Push, push, and push, and remembering that no struggle, no progress. Of course, what is very important is a good law. Like Gary Adams said, we need the legal backing, and I couldn't emphasize that enough, having been twice also a member of Finnish Parliament, and the government plan is very important. In addition, and supported by strong health promotion. We do, of course, need also new innovations, particularly concerning disadvantaged groups. And finally, we need strong public and media support, because in the end of the day, it is really public pressure that is the most important thing for political action. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Puska, for your inspiring, I think, talk about the experience of Finland. Maybe now we are going to open the panel discussion among us about the different topics that have been raised in the different presentations. And first of all, I think in general to the panel, I'm following the presentations of Professor Puska and Dr. Adams. I think the role of, let's say, that very innovative countries. So I think that it's from one part inspiring, so something could happen, that it's innovative, no? And for instance, in Australia, the discussions about legal issues that have been really remarkable and followed up by everyone in the field. So I think this kind of roles of the countries obviously always have, let's say, a different perspective, because obviously the situation of the country is different than our country, so we can see more a focus on the differences than on the objectives and the feasibility. So how things have been moving towards that goal, no? To build, for instance, a policy like in Finland. I would like to invite you and also Dr. De la Mata or Dr. Neira to make a comment on this, on the role that, how we can manage the differences on the context of each country in order to learn properly from these experiences.
So maybe I'll start. And I don't think there's a lot of innovation in tobacco control. I mean, we know what works, and pricing is an absolute critical component of tobacco control. So if you had to choose one, you would raise the prices of cigarettes. I mean, that's a pretty simple one to pursue. However, I think, you know, New Zealand's experience of bringing in a generational law about the availability, the ability to buy and consume tobacco products beyond a certain date, I think that's been interesting watching that go through their legal processes to get it to agreement. And I think many countries have been looking at that as another way in which they can signal that we are aiming to get to a generational change, because it is a generational law. It stops younger people forever buying cigarettes. And I think it would be interesting to see how that rolls out in other countries. I know there are many other countries now looking at it, trying to get it through to see whether or not they can get it through the legal process. And each country is different, because the law that applies might be the constitutional law. It could be, you know, there are arguments from, you know, the rights of children, the rights of human rights. There are lots of laws which they have to reflect on. But I'm hopeful that we may see that domino effect go around the world on that particular approach quicker than we're seeing on plain packaging. It's delightful that Pekka's saying next week plain packaging in Finland, but that's taken, how long has that taken, Pekka, to get to that point?
Hello.
Yeah, I would like to continue this. As Gary said, we know what to do, but how to do it, that is the question. We have extremely strong evidence, and year after year we have better and better evidence-based strategies, international strategies, national strategies. But the question is how to implement, how to move that to a strong law. So my experience is that in addition to all this good evidence, what we need to overcome the implementation gap is to have stronger public support, mobilization of people, because in the end of the day, the politicians, they do listen to evidence, but they listen much more to their voters. So I think the crucial is to mobilize people for strong political support.
I think one of the main problems from this perspective is that when you talk about the public media support, or the public and the media support, I think media years ago was quite, let's say, homogeneous standard. No? In the last 12 years, 15 years, no, I think it's quite chaotic. No? Innovations are, as has been mentioned by Isabel de la Mata, no? For people that, activities that are more or less invisible for us until they are in those groups or communities. So I think this is one of the main challenges that we have now, no? How to reach out this kind of group, younger populations that follows different patterns. I think it's something that also has been raised by Dr. Neira, no? How to build this kind of public support. It's obviously context dependent in the country, but I think it's important also to discuss more about that. I don't know if Dr. Neira wants to.
Yeah, thank you. It's clear that when Professor Puska, by the way, a great pleasure to see you again, was talking about the first conference in the 90s, we are in 2023, so somehow is the demonstration that we are not advancing at the speed we would like to advance on such a public health issue like the one for which we have all the evidence, all the scientific evidence. That's why I insist that maybe we need to change the tactics. The strategy is very clear and the tools are all there. Legislation, taxes, the prices, clearly continue with the advertising, engaging with the politicians, creating a wall of lawyers, associating with the community of non-communicable diseases. I think this is very important, create this community, a strong one. As Isabel was saying, it's not just on NCDs, it's much more than that. So we need to reflect now which type of marketing approach we need to use now to be compatible, at least with the one that the industry is using and is very successful. When I go to the duty-frees in the airports, it's super attractive the way the tobacco is presented. And certainly they are making a very good profits there because they sell on an incredible way. When I look at those boutiques around the electronic cigarettes, I feel as well that we are failing maybe on passing this type of messages. So I think pushing and mobilizing the citizens, mobilizing the youth to put pressure on politicians because it's a demand from them. And maybe the demand has to come from, I don't know, I don't want to be anecdotal, but you remember this on the advertising, this is one that says smoking can cause erectile dysfunction in young people as well. Well, you know, I saw in Brazil a young man buying tobacco, and they gave him one of those packets saying it can cause erectile dysfunction. He says, no, please give me the one that causes lung cancer. I don't want this one. So, sorry, it's an anecdote, but I think that maybe we need to look at what really matters and interests our young population, and for them to create this popular, we need to be maybe a little bit more engaging, more attractive, more surprising a little bit the industry, the tobacco industry, where they are not expecting us. They expect us on the scientific evidence, and they are in advance. They are expecting us on maybe on the legislation, and they have more lawyers than we do sometimes. They're expecting us on the prices, and then they mobilize the population to protest against that. So maybe we need to invest on the advertising, on the image, on the environmental impact, on what the young generation will like their environment to be. But definitely, I think we need creative ideas and to change a little bit and be a little bit more provocative, Audrey.
Yeah. Well, thank you. No, it's interesting, this value perspective, to say something, no? That they prefer the lung cancer risk than the erectile dysfunction. So that tells a lot about the values of the young generation in terms of accepting risk, at least in the long term. Yeah. And also, I would like to discuss a bit more about the realistic objectives. I think it's one of the points that raised by Dr. De la Mata that for me has been very, very important, because obviously the objectives should be different according to the countries, the national context, but also the European framework, at least for us, it's also very important in explaining what could be realistic, but what could be also reasonable, and really something that could make a change, because sometimes it's something that we need to take into account when talking about realism in the objectives. So if you can elaborate more on this.
Yes, I mean, the situation is completely different in the different member states. We present the mean for all the European Union, but that doesn't reflect the reality of what is going on in the different countries. The situation has changed for good in the last year. And I mean, 30 years ago, here there will be people smoking, but there is still some tolerance that we need to fight. I mean, 25% of the people are smoking. That means that 75% of the people are not smoking, and sometimes we are behaving as if we were the minorities, allowing in friends meetings, choosing the terrace where it's possible to smoke when we have dinners. I mean, we are very complacent with the smoker. That I think that is something that we should change. Also, as Maria has said, we are still focusing the health promotion and the disease prevention in the very old style. We will need to do joint venture with some of the most successful companies, not on tobacco, of course, but on other areas like drinks, for example, how they are able to put in the market a new product. Coke Zero, I don't mind, whatever. And in 3 months, everybody is drinking that, and we are still saying tobacco kills, you're not good for your health. That we know that doesn't work at all. We know also that the price has been mentioned. There is the taxation products directive, but we are also working on that. But we confront to the cross-border purchases for private consumption. I mean, sometimes it's not so easy from the legal point of view to put in place laws that are going outside our sector, outside the health sector. Say, I mean, you can buy just, I don't know how many package of tobacco, but if it's for alcohol, it's different. If it's for perfume, it's different. So we need some, not harmonized, but coherent approach to that. We didn't realize how much we have advanced. Before was not 25%, was 40%, was 30%. So there is a decrease in the tobacco consumption, but and we need to make an effort with the younger generation and talking to them to what will work for them or not, and also remind their. Pekka was mentioning the politician. We have to remind the politician that we are the 75%. The others are only the 25%. So they will need to take that into consideration.
Thank you. Dr. Puska?
Yes, the situation indeed varies in different countries. But to overcome the problems, I think every country needs strong institutional background. National Public Health Institute, like my institute, is very important. At the same time, it's the NGOs that can really push people, mobilize people, because the lobbying from the industry is strong. We need strong media support. We need clear messages, and particularly young people need a clear message. What is the aim and what are the problems? I asked once Stanton Glantz, who is the big guru in California, when tobacco has gone down there. I asked, what has been your message in California? He said, clean air, dirty industry. We need noble aim, and I think which I would like to change that, clean environment and then dirty industry. Both noble aim and opponent. That is particularly what young people need.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing, I think it's important to, for at least here, the experience is also to have independency, yeah. Independent organizations from the government trying to support this kind of policy. And I think UICI in this way could play a key role. I don't know if we want to know.
Certainly, I mean, if you go back, so in the time I've worked in this sector over the last 13 years, it's been humbling to see the impact that a collaborative approach to global health issues from the civil society has helped push discussion at a global level. For example, 3 NCD high-level meetings and another one coming in 2025. That was driven to some extent by civil society, raising the flag that we needed to discuss this at an international level, at a head of state level. So I think NGOs do play a significant role in pressurizing politicians. Can I just follow up on the point that Maria made about the younger generation? I have 2 sons, aged 28 and 26. Very proud of them. I don't know if they fully represent the whole of society at that age group, but certainly them and their friends are far more environmentally conscious and about social justice conscious than I ever was at that age. And I put my hand up. I was not at all. I was doing banking at the time. Don't condemn me. I was working in banking at the time. And I feel that that is a pathway to engage the younger generation into the issue of tobacco control, more so than the health issues. I do know when I was 26, 28, I didn't worry about getting lung cancer. I didn't smoke, but it wasn't on my agenda. You know, and if a 60-year-old Brit said, don't do that because you'll get lung cancer, I would have ignored him, as I would today. But I think where they do play a role, and I am really pleased that they are playing a role, is the challenge about climate change and environment. And we had an excellent presentation yesterday from colleagues from WHO on what is the impact of the tobacco industry on the environment. And also the case for using human rights to say this is an unfair situation we're in, where we are being abused by an industry that really doesn't care about our welfare or the welfare of society and the health of the environment. And I suspect that may play a larger role in the younger generation becoming involved in something which we have, in our lifetime, seen as a health issue. I think it's far bigger than that. So I hope that the younger generation can tap into that and teach each other and educate each other and become as excited about the topic of tobacco control as we have been, you know, over many, many years because of the health implications.
Thank you, Dr. Neira.
I'm totally convinced of that. I think the young generation needs a mission as well, something positive that they feel they are contributing more than being blamed for smoking. So maybe I'm very much convinced that this don't poison my planet, and looking at what are the consequences, the environmental consequences of tobacco. How many millions of water, liters of water you need to produce tobacco, fertilizers. You need to deforestate on an incredible way. You need to, you will find plastic everywhere. You know that there is a new plastic treaty that we are trying to put in place, and tobacco is contributing to that. You look at the CO2 emissions that are represented by the production of tobacco, and in addition now the fact that as is the slogan of this year for the World No Tobacco Day, we want food, not tobacco. So we need to use the land to produce food, not to produce tobacco. So all of that will give the young generation a positive, engaging force that is responding to their priorities as well. As rightly said by the professor, my son is the same. I mean, he will be very much interested on environmental issues, on climate change, on environmental justice. And I think this is the angle that we need to exploit a little bit more, and where tobacco industry is a little bit less, I would say, prepared to respond to that, because it's raising issues that they are not normally are used to cope with. So they know very well how to tell us about health, but maybe if we use the angle of our planet, our environment, climate change, we are focusing very much on the COP28 this year, where we will have a health day for the first time ever. We will use this plastic and tobacco pollution as one of the driving forces to be included as well on the climate change agenda. Over.
Okay, thank you very much. I will encourage if any one of you in the audience would like to ask some questions, please feel free. I think I have been told that it was feasible. Yeah, okay.
Thank you very much. Regarding subsidies to the tobacco industry.
Sorry, if you can introduce briefly.
Thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Elisabeth Weidepas, Director of the International Agency for Research on Cancer of the World Health Organization. And my question is addressed in particular to Dr. De La Mata, who might be more familiar with the topic, is about European subsidies to the production and selling of tobacco. Thank you very much.
Also.
It were easy.
Yeah, there has been. I mean, I have to confess, I don't know where we are with tobacco subsidies just now. I know that there has been a long discussion because it was part of the agricultural policy, common agricultural policy, and yes, this was part of this tension that I was also mentioning before. That health is one part of the equation, but there is economy, there is social, there is workforce, so different things to be taken into consideration. We need to to introduce common sense in our colleagues in the other side of the table and when we are discussing. And let's be clear, if tobacco was a product to be introduced today in Europe, will never be allowed, would be forbidden. So we are trying to redress one situation that occurred wrongly, 500 years ago. So it takes time to redress that. We are doing small steps. I hope that with the revision of the taxation directive, we will make an advance, but at the end, the legislation came from the public. So if the member states have to speak with one voice, all the different ministries, the stakeholders have to speak with one voice, but all of them, not just the health-related associations. So still work to be done, but I think that we are advancing in the good direction. Thank you.
So perhaps we need to build more consistent policy, within our organization regarding these issues. That I think it's also a main challenge, no?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Rui Medeiros. I am president of ECL and the Congress, and also clinical scientist and university professor. The question is for Professor Puska. In Finland is a very interesting case, and in your opinion, we have many approaches to reduce the smoking in the young people. In your opinion, what was working better? Was it the legislation or the marketing and the action on the youth? What was the strongest act?
Thank you very much for this question. I think what has happened in Finland and what is happening in many countries, in the end of the day, it is social change process. You cannot take out a single act, single action. It's a combination of different things, a lot of health promotion, strong legislation, government policies. From scientific point of view, it's very difficult even to try to single out one point, but it is really a long road of social change. In this, as I already said, we need strong institutional base research, monitoring. We need good collaboration with NGOs. And Finland introduced the health in all policies concept. We need multi-sectoral involvement. But at the same time, we do need leadership, strong leadership. And I think that has been one thing that has been in Finland. It's a combination of all these things. No trouble, no progress. Push, push, and push.
Thank you, sir.
Good recommendation. Yeah, please.
Javier Ayesta from Spain, University of Cantabria. I would like to ask you, how do you convince politicians to agree with the plans of the law of other countries? You have told you, in Finland, you are going to have a change of government. Nevertheless, the law will go on. And one of the most surprising things regarding the tobacco plain packaging in Australia, that the government that pushed it, in the end, it changed. And since then, in 10 years, they have had 2 conservative governments, 4 Labour governments, whatever it is. But nevertheless, all of them have been able to promote this plain packaging. Whenever I look in Spain, I'm really surprised that you have been able to do it. That's in some other countries, maybe the political culture, but...
Yeah, should just repeat that there has been an enormous amount of work in Finland by experts, by university people, by NGOs, and so on. And it has been a social change process, and social change process is something that the law, like we had 50 years ago, the first law, it helped. And when smoking goes down and tobacco goes down, it is easier politically to strengthen the law. So it goes like this. Tobacco use goes down, legislation improves. With improved legislation, tobacco use goes down. And at this situation of the social change process, we fortunately have a very strong political support now in Finland. All political parties seem to be pretty much in favor of a strong tobacco policy.
Thanks.
I'll just make just a couple of points on that. First of all, the role of WHO and the regional offices and the international organizations like ourselves and others to promote good practice across countries, and through our members say, look, put pressure on governments. Why aren't you doing this? Because the Australians have done it, or Finland have done it, or whatever it is. There is a role to play, as Pekka said, for civil society to put pressure on governments to say, why are we behind? Now, I'm always a great admirer of Luke's chart that he put up on, what day is it now? Is it Wednesday morning? Where we are. I'm embarrassed that Switzerland, where I live, is second from bottom. These are powerful tools, and we have to use them in civil society to persuade governments that it's not good for their country to look bottom of a list. It's just not good. We need to be up there with the UK, with Ireland, etc., when it comes to tobacco control. The second thing is, and I've seen this work many times around the world, where civil society is conscious that in order to do great advocacy and dealing with politicians, and I'm sure Pekka could follow up on this. So Georgia Lane, an incredibly successful global health leader, said you have to appeal to the head, the heart, and the pocket. In that you have to convince politicians with the evidence, the objective evidence on why this particular policy should be followed through with a law and it should be implemented across the country. There's going to be a benefit to the country. The second one is the heart and the play out, the demands from people whose parents have died. Use the emotion of the situation to convince politicians that this is really important. Get it down to an individual level so they start listening to you because they can recognize the story behind the statistic. And then the third aspect is the pocket. There must be a financial case for implementing a health policy, whatever it may be. Because at the end of the day, most health ministers have no money. They have to go to the finance minister to secure the funding required to implement that particular tactic or law, whatever it may be. So I think that's wise to consider that when we're putting pressure or talking to politicians, that we are playing to several audiences. We've got to play to the head, the heart, and the pocket. And that will give us more leverage within the all of government discussions that take place on anything that leads to a change in the health, in the way in which health is dealt with in that country. Pekka, I'd ask you whether that resonates with you. I don't know if that's the same in Finland. Do you feel that all three components have to be in place? Because sometimes I feel the financial case doesn't have to be in place as much as maybe as other things.
Yes, we do need comprehensive approach, different aspects. At the same time, we do need strong leadership. I think it has to be a combination of both. But while I have the floor, I also want to emphasize the role of international support. Support from WHO, FCTC has been extremely important, particularly for small countries. And in Europe, EU directives, they all are very important.
I don't know, Dr. Neira, if you want to ask something.
Yeah, I cannot agree more. I think this healthier competition between the countries, the pocket, the political leadership, definitely science behind, and the mobilization of the society. You describe it all very well, and the role of WHO and the European Commission supporting all of that. I will add another element, which I think is included, but the whole media can influence as well the policymakers and politicians. And a couple of days ago, or 3 days ago, I saw on the El País, one of the main newspapers in Spain, declarations from Dr. José María Martín Moreno, a very good friend, by the way. Thank you, José María, for inviting me, and again, apologies for not being able to be there. But I thought he was very provocative when he says we are el estanco de Europa. No? He was referring to the fact that in Spain we have very cheap prices for tobacco, and that was, we need this type of, as well, creating in the media some debate, opening new debates, and keeping the interest about around this topic, which is extremely important. So all of those elements, of course, we need to keep them very high on our political agenda, and using all of them no matter what.
Well, certainly, as I have the opportunity to tell him, you know, I think the interview it was excellent, and I think a major contribution to the fight against tobacco here in Spain. Wendy Yared, you want to?
My name is Wendy Yared. I'm the director of the Association of European Cancer Leagues. Pekka, I don't mean to pick on you again, but I do have because I want to respond and have a comment to your previous response that you said you cannot pinpoint a single factor, right, on your advance in tobacco control in Finland. But I also know the Cancer Society of Finland, who is an ECL member, works very closely with THL. And I wonder, and I know this is not the case for other countries, so can you let us know how that collaboration developed, other than because Finland is a smaller country and that you can have a closer collaboration when you're in a smaller country, then the cancer societies and other civil society are able to reach the ministry more closely. So one question, how can civil societies in other countries work closer together with their governments to advance tobacco control? My second question is, how can countries work together? Because we are not isolated, especially when we're talking about the EU and even beyond the EU. So again, in the case of Finland, you have the Nordic Cancer Union, where you have several cancer societies working together. And I honestly think that it is because of that good collaboration across borders that has also done so much in the area of cancer control. And again, thank you very much for all your work for cancer control and tobacco control. Pekka.
Again, the situation in different countries really varies, but in each country, the role of civil society, NGOs, is extremely important. It is good for the NGOs to work with the government if it is feasible in the local culture, to push for evidence, but I'm repeating myself, the strongest push is through public, great public. If the NGO, civil society can move the public and reflect it in the media, that is the strongest push to the government. International collaboration is also extremely important, and I think for a small country like Finland, we feel that the collaboration within WHO, FCTC, European Union is a very practical thing. At the same time, the NGOs do have a lot of collaboration with your organization and many other European and international organizations.
Thank you. I don't know if there is any further question. Yes. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. David Challam, Doctors Against Tobacco in Sweden, and my apologies for not being a lawyer against tobacco. I'm very amazed at the width and broadness of our work as tobacco prevention workers. Incredible. But experts in the area of effectiveness have told me that what we're doing has very little effect when we could be doing something else. Now, the Framework Convention opens for the right measure and the right action from us. In fact, the guidelines, the WHO's guidelines for classifying narcotic drugs and psychotropic substances, in fact, nearly say that nicotine fulfills all the requirements for that. So when are we going to ask Antonio Guterres to tell the expert committee of drug dependence in the WHO to review nicotine, assess it, And finally, recommend. It's the highest possible strict control as a narcotic drug and a psychotropic substance. When are we going to do that?
Well, I don't know, Dr. Neira, if you want to answer, or anyone of the panel.
Well, I think it's definitely one very creative and innovative and one of the tools. I don't know where we are on that, so I will not, it's one way to explore. There is no need for Antonio Gutierrez to request WHO. I mean, that will be a resolution of the World Health Assembly, will be the member states. It's not, the procedure is not through the Secretary General, but I suppose you mean by that that the civil society and the General Assembly will request the WHO to look at that. So it's something to explore, definitely.
Dr. Puska?
Yes, concerning FCTC, I feel that it is extremely important. The question about effectiveness, already the first day, Dr. Heikki Gosyan referred to the impact assessment that I was privileged to chair the independent expert group some 5 years ago. We went around the world in different countries, interviewed all kinds of stakeholders about the impact of FCTC. And our conclusions that you can read in our report says that there's no doubt that FCTC has promoted tobacco control all over the world, particularly in the low and middle income countries that had very little tobacco legislation before FCTC. The FCTC promoted pretty good legislation. In our part of the world, the FCTC more gave a support to the ongoing tobacco control. FCTC is not perfect, but I think the big question is better implementation of the provisions of the articles. I think to achieve tobacco-free generation, one important point through legislation is to arrive at much stronger implementation of FCTC.
Okay. Well, there are at least, let's say, 2 questions more.
¿Voy yo? Soy Andrés Zamorano, soy médico de familia y soy el presidente del Comité Nacional de Prevención del Tabaquismo. Es un comité que agrupa en España a 45 sociedades científicas, asociaciones profesionales, civiles y de pacientes. Llevamos 28 años liderando la prevención y el control de tabaquismo en España. Y mi pregunta va dirigida a cualquiera que me quiera contestar y es en relación al discurso de Su Majestad la Reina en la inauguración de este congreso, donde incidió en muchos de los aspectos que nosotros venimos reivindicando desde hace tiempo. Habló del precio del tabaco, artículo 6 del Convenio Marco, habló también de cómo los ingresos que recauda Hacienda en España, los 9.300 millones de euros que recauda Hacienda, se convierten en 27.000 millones en gastos, en todo lo derivado, en enfermedades y todo lo que conlleva el tabaco. Habló de los cigarrillos electrónicos, del daño que producen los cigarrillos electrónicos, no solo los que llevan nicotina, sino también los que no llevan nicotina, como rito de inicio de no ya niños ni adolescentes, sino no jóvenes ni adolescentes, sino niños que de 8 o 9 años empiezan a tontear y vemos que hay cigarrillos electrónicos sin nicotina, que son con chocolate con churros, chucherías, etc. Entonces, la pregunta es, ¿ustedes piensan que un discurso de una personalidad tan importante como es la propia Reina de España nos puede ayudar al control de prevención y control del tabaquismo o simplemente se puede quedar en un discurso más como muchos otros? Gracias.
Well, thank you. The question is about the introductory talk by the Queen of Spain, that she was supporting clearly increasing of price of tobacco and to keep an eye on the difference between the taxes, revenues and the cost in healthcare for taking care of the tobacco-related diseases. And also, well, what about what you perceived as the potential impact of this kind of talks, public talks, like a personality like her, in the Spanish discussion about tobacco policy, because we are, for instance, here still struggling with the price of tobacco and the taxes on tobacco and the taxes on other forms of nicotine intake. So it's, that was the question.
Oh, I'm glad you translated it. Well, first of all, can I say it's fantastic that you have Queen Letizia standing in a public forum and being reported on the media, making such very, very clear statements about the importance of addressing unhealthy habits, including tobacco, and that no tax is something that needs to be addressed. So that's important. As Pekka has said, if you have a leading, I mean, it can be a politician, like the late President Vasquez, for example, in Uruguay, who was passionate about tobacco control and made major change in Uruguay as a result of that. Or it could be a head of state or someone who can make, bring the community along, get media interest, and actually point out that things do need to change in order for society to improve. So I didn't get all of the question, but if it's about, do we need more people like Queen Letizia to step up and say things about what needs to be done, the answer is yes, we do. And the more people that do that, that have a ability to influence either the political discourse or the media coverage of something, then I hope that we could get more people who are prepared to do that.
Isabel?
I didn't read the speech or listen to it, but I think that to having personalities and role model people that are pronouncing themselves quite strongly against tobacco and the some of the action that should be done is very important. We have tried with other areas, I don't know, with vaccination, for example, and we think that is important. But in this specific case, now we will need a response from the Spanish government saying we are following our queen and we are going to modify the legislation in that or that way, and I don't know if that will be the intention.
Related to the question, back to the FCTC impact assessment, we saw around the world that the tobacco industry was very active and very often working through ministries of finance. Not through ministries of health, but ministries of finance, because of these arguments that were already mentioned. But there are new arguments now, particularly in our part of the world, in Finland also, that tobacco tax money helps governments in their budgets. But even furthermore, now with the development in Finland where smoking and also nicotine product use is rather low, so the income from the tobacco tax is diminishing in the future. And we know that the price is probably the most important thing in tobacco control. And with our development, we are very proud that our Ministry of Finance has now openly declared in international meetings that the role of tobacco tax in Finland is no more revenues to the government, but it is part of our tobacco control policy.
Thank you. There were two questions on the row.
Yeah. Can I comment on the role of the Queen, just quickly?
Sorry?
Oh, okay. Wanda de Kanter, I'm a chest physician working in oncology in the Netherlands. We did 3 lawsuits, a criminal lawsuit against the big tobacco industry. After 2 years it failed, and we made a movement, Sick of Smoking, and I think almost 1 million people joined in the Netherlands. So we're very aware of the legislation and how important lawyers are. But everyone is saying today again that we need the public. And I think we did everything to change the minds of the public by this litigation, by denormalizing the tobacco industry, by doing a criminal lawsuit. But still, when I go to The Hague to lobby, wherever, people say, wait till the public changes. But how are we going to change the public? I mean, it's very easy to say, change the public and then we change plans. But how do we change? What are the most effective campaigning? How do we change the public? The ITC project from Geoffrey Fong, he said that the Netherlands was the lowest in knowledge about the results of tobacco diseases. So people don't know that 30% of all cancer mortality is due to smoking. And if we don't inform the public, they won't stand up. So I think we have to be much stronger to make a movement in Europe, in the EU, in all languages, to inform the public on a very emotional, hard-hitting way. What is your comment on that?
Yeah. We are now in the last 10 minutes, so in order to have a quick opportunity for a last talk by each of you, I ask you for a short answer.
Well, I admire what you're doing in the Netherlands. It's great, getting the public engaged, and I accept it is difficult. I have a concern that we're losing the battle on social media with regard to reaching into the younger population. And probably we need to find best practice from around either the cancer community or the heart community or the tobacco community globally, and share that best practice so that we can see what works in different environments. Because I think social media is pretty homogeneous everywhere, but I think part of the role maybe that we have as UICC and others that have the privilege of being international organizations is to monitor and see those initiatives, whether they're innovative or not, which are changing the mind of the public, and then share them rapidly around the community globally. Because I'm sure, you would like to know if there was something going on brilliantly in Ecuador or amazingly in Papua New Guinea, you would want to know that to understand whether you could apply that in a Dutch context. So I think that's probably something that we need to reflect on and improve in the future to identify best practice and then disseminate it quickly. Now, this is something that civil society can do, because I suspect that the process of WHO and others of assessing the evidence that that works is going to be so slow that we won't get the benefit quick enough. So I think we'll have to share great ideas that see working and allow national organizations to decide whether or not they want to adopt it or adapt it for their own circumstance, because we do need to reach into the community, into the younger population, far more effectively than we're doing today.
Thank you. Yeah, I think the last question from the audience.
Cornerado from ENSP. In fact, my comment and question is fully related to the same problem, and thank you for reaching again this issue, how to involve the citizens. And at the beginning of the session, we saw the nice slide about the European Citizens Initiative. So this is our way, the civil society way, to try to involve citizens in the European Union in parallel with the official process to revise the directives. But unfortunately, we don't have resources for this. In a lot of EU countries, mass media is in the hands of the tobacco industry. It's really complicated to convince mass media in EU countries to publish information about tobacco control, about civil society's activities. In the past, we had, let's say, public campaigns at the EU levels, financed by the European Commission, but it's not the case anymore. No. So I kindly ask all of you to disseminate this initiative in the EU countries. I would like to thank UICC because you disseminated this among your members, but really we need support. We still have time till January next year to try to collect 1 million signatures, and as I said, to support from the citizens level the official process of revising the EU directives. Thank you. And maybe at the end the technicians will display again the first slide. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I think we have, thank you for your point, and we have a last question.
Yeah, Mashkur Isa, Youth Ambassador, Association of European Cancer Leagues. The topic today we're talking about is towards a smoke and tobacco-free generation. So I want to ask, how are you meaningfully engaging this tobacco-free generation in achieving your set target? And also, Dr. Maria mentioned that there's going to be a health day this year at COP28. And is there any provision for youths to take the stage and really advocate for the rights, that because they are the ones that are going to be affected 20 or 30 years down the line? Thank you.
Okay, that was the last. And I don't know if someone of you could react to this. No?
Definitely, the youth movements are more and more included in all the processes we are putting in place. And at the COP, there will be a very strong representation of the Youth Council that even WHO has formalized now. We have it in Geneva, Youth Council, that will channel all this type of movements and requests, hoping that your representation will be very strong in all of our processes. Thank you.
Okay, the very last question.
It's just a comment. I have one of your T-shirts, Chico Smoking. It's a wonderful one. And also, on the answer to this, ECL has been working at the level of the population with a wonderful tool jointly with IARC and the European Commission, which is the European Code Against Cancer. For sure, we are at the level of the population. We represent 30 organizations all over Europe, so we have to work more on that. So I think the answer is we have to educate.
Thank you. Well, to finalize, I will give you short time to quick points, to raise quick points, or your last comments. So it's.
Yeah, last comment. The work is not easy, but I think we need optimism. Environment, quality of life, health are important objectives. We need to mobilize the people. And since the topic of this session is particularly tobacco-free generation, I repeat my message that we need a noble aim, we need a practical enemy, clean environment, dirty industry.
Thank you.
Go with the times and address your population. So if we want to address the young people, we need to talk their language and make actions that are useful for them and in the way that they behave and they speak.
I would add 2 words to Pekka's instruction to push, 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 and they would be push and push. And if we do that, we'll be successful.
On the last, Maria Nerea.
Thank you. I will say don't give up. Don't give up. We have an incredible mission and all the tools for achieving that. We need a little bit of creativity to make sure that we address the right messages to the youth generation. A clean environment, a clean planet, a healthy planet. We have plenty of opportunities for strong connections there.
Well, I think to finish, I think we have a strong message that it's optimism, but also we need to push, push, push. And I think that we have the objectives, but we know the challenges. So I think what we need to do is to work in each country and European and international level. So thank you very much for your attention. And thanks to all the panel for your contributions that have made a very interesting session. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much. And pushing, we go ahead to our next intervention. We're now approaching the end of this conference, and now we have a motivational intervention by Aganrup Kaur, youth health advocate and documentarian, research advisor and board member of Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. A stimulus to continue contributing to this European mobilization to keep moving forward against tobacco. This intervention will be chaired by Karen Ramirez, National Head of Prevention Programs, Spanish Association Against Cancer.
Hi, good morning. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm so honored to present Aganrup Kaur because of her fight against tobacco. I'm so excited because she's going to tell us how she started. It's amazing that she started fighting against the tobacco industry since she was 12 years old. And since then, she hasn't stopped working, and she's going to tell us more about how she did it and how we can use our social media to motivate especially young people, to continue fighting against this specific harmful industry as the tobacco industry. So thank you very much for being here, and just you can start whenever you want. Thank you.
Thank you for having me here with you today. It is an honor to be able to speak to you all about my experiences. I'm currently 18 years old, and I started when I was 12, and I've learned a lot about youth advocacy through my experiences, and it's really an honor to be able to follow up such an amazing panel, so thank you for that. I'd actually like to start by asking you for a favor. I'd like to ask you to imagine for me a scenario. Imagine for me that you're 11 years old, starting at a new school, and you notice it's much bigger than your previous one. You only know a few people at the school because it's in a totally different environment than your last school. You walk into your classes feeling the eyes on you, knowing you look different, yet you trudge through the rows of desks and are seated just to have your name mispronounced in the attendance yet again. But you're so used to this mispronounced pronunciation that the real one is what's foreign to your ears. But something catches your attention as you're sitting at your seat. You see students across from you tossing back and forth this bright rectangular device, and you decide it's just a stationary item, until later that day, you see it again. You see it in the school bathroom as girls are using it to take pictures with as they create swirls from their mouths. Then you see that same device again plugged into a laptop. Urged to know more, yet you're confused, you decide that because you're new, it's probably just another thing that you don't know about, and you decide to move on and observe it. Yet it continues to follow you in the sports you take part in the hallways, in the school parking lots, and more. And it isn't until a year later, when your health class teacher gives you a lesson on these rectangular devices that everyone seemed to have a hold of, that you finally begin to understand what they are. She calls them e-cigarettes, and she speaks to their dangers. Yet you ponder the question, if they're so dangerous, why does everyone seem to have them? So thank you for imagining that with me. This was the story of my 6th and 7th grade years as a middle school student. You see, I grew up a very observant child because I always felt like I had to be. I was moving from school to school, environment to environment, from Canada to California and many cities in between, and I felt that being observant was a protective mechanism for me, where being observant allowed me to understand my surroundings and backtrack this feeling of being uprooted from one area to be planted in a completely different one. Every move, every transition, I was exposed to a new environment. At times, I was one of 5 Indian students in my grade, and other times, I was one in a melting pot of a diverse student body. I've been in well-resourced and under-resourced schools, schools with a greater attention to their sports programs and others on their academic programs. Yet a more unfortunate common denominator had always been the use of tobacco products and substances in our school environments. Our school bathrooms had seemed to turn into vape lounges, USB and highlighter-like vapes blended in our classroom environments, and my once affectionate peers were unrecognizable. So as a 12-year-old, I decided I was going to intervene. I was lucky at the time to have a health teacher who I could speak to about the things I was noticing in our class and ask questions about these vape products that I once knew nothing about. This was at the time when Juul and other brands had just started to become popular, and by speaking to my teacher, she started to recognize my curiosity and my ideas, along with my passions for health, and together, we built our school's first tobacco prevention program. We formed a coalition of students, organized school-wide events like poster days, as we brought our student body to create artistic drawings and plaster motivational messages across our campus. We also organized game days and classroom demonstrations with tar jars and pig lungs to really give students a real idea of what tobacco does to your body. And so by starting the first tobacco prevention program in our school district, we took the first step in engaging ourselves and our community to say no, that we weren't going to let big tobacco perpetuate or characterize our identities and perpetuate lies with their targeted advertising. That no, tobacco is not our generation nor future generations' truth, despite what they'd like to make us believe. And so I look back at these times in my life and recognize that through each new environment and transition, I originally had believed I wasn't going to fit in anywhere, that I didn't belong anywhere. Yet my early years taught me that my yearning to answer the question of why danger was so youth accessible and so youth marketed, and therefore to improve my community, was my connection to my new environment, to my new homes. So you see, my vision for advocacy is the essence of my work because it's personal to me. I feel a sense of responsibility to my peers, to the other youth, to allow themselves, to give permission to themselves, to take up space as my family, my 7th grade teachers, and others have helped me to. I've always imagined, what if we revolutionized our identity as youth to be of the now? Where youth aren't told that they're just preparing for the moment they enter adulthood to make a change in the environment around them, and that being grown up isn't a qualification for having a voice, rather living is, believing is, seeing is, where anyone of any age, race, background is more than qualified to change the environment that they're in that moment for themselves, for their community, and for future generations. So how do we inspire and catalyze this in our collective identity and in our collective humanity globally? Well, we know that tobacco control is not a singular issue. It spans the many dimensions of health and justice, from personal health outcomes, secondhand and thirdhand smoke, environmental health, social justice, and more. It is empowering in our work to be able to call out big tobacco in all the different dimensions of our environments and work to bring change for all of us. And so speaking to establishing an identity of action and embracing it in our public health, I believe that there are 3 key ways that we can change systems in place to best serve all of us. And excuse me for a second, I'm going to take a water break. Firstly, I believe that this begins with limiting the reach of big tobacco through mobilizing our communities with policy action. In my home state of California, we've had much recent success with this, stemming from our long-term work in policy, where while it took years in the process, in 2020, we had success where Governor Newsom signed legislation to ban the sale of flavored tobacco products statewide with a few exemptions. This was actually the first statewide campaign I had taken part in, and being able to watch our efforts testifying and sending letters to government leaders, social media efforts, and more being celebrated on a Zoom call with the governor where he's acknowledging our work, and we're getting to watch him sign that bill that many years had gone into preparing for. As advocates, we believe that this was a culmination of our efforts. And even though I hadn't met many of these individuals in person, as much of our work was done online through emails and meetings through Zoom and such, there was an exuberant synergy in all of us coming together. However, we were wrong in our belief. Our journey, despite what we had believed, did not by any means end there, because the day after our success with Governor Newsom signing that bill, the tobacco industry sued to undo our wins and were able to halt that bill from implementation. This time, the bill would be voted on by the public 2 years down the road in the state elections in 2022. So this left us with 2 options. Either you accept defeat and sit with your hands tied and wait for 2022 to come and then restart your work, or you decide that you're going to continue to work every single day, take a different route, and continue to limit big tobacco's reach to our youth. And so we decided to do just that. We expanded our efforts by empowering our local policy work. So city by city, we passed policies, City by city, we passed policies that often would even go beyond the statewide bill, while also we utilized this opportunity as an ability to really customize these local possibilities to address community needs and be inclusive of the diverse type of situations which are present. This meant limiting the amount of tobacco retailers in the city, limiting their proximity to schools and youth-centric areas, limiting their advertisement and product pricing and placement abilities. Essentially, we had to work to empower our communities by collectively disengaging threats. And in the end, about 140 localities in the state of California came together to ban flavored tobacco products. And better yet, many of these policies were youth-led or youth-advised. And when it was safe to do so, we also helped organize youth marches at the state capitol, where youth from across California brought their stories to their communities to voice them for the need for regulations. And when the time came in 2022 for the state to decide, voters gave a resounding yes on the policy, a yes to protecting youth and communities from the industry, and a resounding no to flavors. The story behind this monumental victory is one of the partnerships between youth, government leaders, community members, and other stakeholders. The synergy of the collective is what enabled our resilience and allowed us to push forward with action despite the setbacks. And dare I say, it set the mission that eradicating all flavored tobacco products should be our global vision. Not something that only passes in California and other states in the US, not something that remains in the works in the US, but a reality globally for our youth. In addition to the importance of creating long-lasting change through policy with youth involvement, I'd like to build upon this idea of choice and hope. The second aspect I'd like to speak to you about today is cultivating an environment of advocacy for our youth, beginning with our education systems. You see, I believe education stems not only from the physicality of its content, but also in the way it's offered to our students. Students should be treated as stakeholders in their learning environment and educational experiences, with an easy accessibility to an environment of advocacy. To begin to make this a reality, I began redesigning our health class curriculums at my local high school, with my goal being to create content that's inherently engaging, relevant, and inviting of creativity and voices. This meant moving away from a system that is designed to be of memorization of facts and testing, and to a structure that's allowed a more holistic understanding of the complexities of health and the everyday relevancy of it to our lives. In leading these lesson plans, my younger sister and I utilized demonstrations of pig lungs and hearts to showcase the effects of tobacco products and nicotine, while also giving an overview of the cognitive effects of it in the brain. Additionally, we played games and showed videos to allow students to understand the reality of industry targeting and how they can identify such in their day-to-day lives. And we ended the class with conversations of empowerment and anti-industry action. Being able to teach in these health classes was reassuring for me, because I saw students outpour the same passion back to me as I had for teaching them. I saw this through the way they asked questions or came up during dissections to take a closer look at the organs, or the way they were willing to have more open conversations with their peers. Though what really spoke to me was when students volunteered to become peer educators and continue the lesson plans I made with our school's health classes the following year and the years after my graduation. So today, that same program has expanded beyond the health classes and engages everyone on campus through school-wide advocacy events. And just yesterday, I was in a session here with youth, and I saw that same passion in them. They have this wanting to create ideas, to innovate, and it's our responsibility as advocates and educators and public health professionals to really create that environment with them, for them, every single day. And so coming back to this idea of choice, I found that with a simple redesigning of the health education program, it paved the way for youth to choose how they want to get to bring themselves to their education, to choose to adopt advocacy as an inherent piece of their education, and make their learning environment as an inherent and personal choice. Youth have pushed the potential for change to be far-reaching, and it is time to enable all youth to be able to take action, to preparing them within our education systems. This consideration for building an environment of choice is also applicable to our approach to cessation among adolescents and the reframing of our approach to youth vaping in schools. when I was working at our county's Office of Education, I went in one day to capture some pictures for an article I was working on, actually regarding flavor bans. And the county office for us would receive all the confiscated devices from our local environment, like all the different schools, elementary to high school. And as I was taking these pictures of these vaping products, they were telling me about some of the stories of these vapes, where they'd come from. And one was of an 8-year-old boy who was found selling these disposables at his school to other elementary school students, all of them being under the age of 10. And so I'm staring at these pack of unopened vapes, and I'm imagining what that situation must have been like for both the youth who doesn't know the dangers behind this product, who doesn't know what this actual product even does to them, really just sees it as something that smells like candy or smells like cotton candy, or it's seen as a safe mechanism for them, something that brings enjoyment because of the flavors. And then I see the other side as an adult, as a teacher who's looking at the situation, and the obvious question here is, how do we approach a situation like this? Many schools in the US today use disciplinary methods, but the question is, would disciplining an 8-year-old help them come to realize the dangers of that product when it smells like safety, when it smells like comfort? Or would discipline instead bring fear and distrust of adults in that child's environment? We, of course, want youth to choose to quit using substances, but this cannot be done without fostering safe spaces of health and growth. And so with a lab at Stanford University I've been working at, we've created these curriculums to be able to center our education and to center cessation in our schools around safe spaces. Actually, this QR code goes right to some of the curriculums we made, and I'll be speaking on one that I particularly had created and worked to build and advise on, called the My Healthy Futures curriculum. This curriculum is basically structured to be an alternative to suspension for youth who have been found using vapes. It creates a dialogue that is empathetic and embracing of the complexity of a situation rather than being disciplinary or reductive. It's holistic in accounting for and even educating on the inequities in regards to gender, socioeconomic factors, and industry targeting. And while you might be taking a look at that link, I'm just going to take another water break real quick. So in creating this curriculum, we helped youth to cessate by creating a section in that curriculum with methodology that they could enact in their everyday life. For example, with something as simple as choosing a quit date. We know that cessation is the goal, but we also know that there's youth who aren't yet ready to do so. And so to account for this in the curriculum as well, I actually worked to build a stress and coping section that would give youth tools to create healthy coping strategies. I conceptualized this section as a tunnel, basically the imagery of a tunnel being a representation for anything in their life that brings them stress that they thought vaping might be helping them with. By structuring this as a journey, youth began to understand that the stress as a role or as a mechanism that played a role in their life and understanding what that role meant to them. And while building a confidence in themselves to take control of that stress and conquering it. The curriculum helped them build a long-term structure for healthy coping mechanisms in replacement of vaping. So even if they weren't yet ready to quit, they had built the mechanism that would enable them, after quitting, to completely cessate for a long term. This restorative approach provides a means of treating the root causes of behavior and is meant to be empowering of health rather than ignorant of it, as discipline often is. These curriculums from the Stanford Reach Lab have reached over 2 million youth nationwide and internationally, helping youth actualize the reality that health is their right, while we as advocates and in public health as professionals continue to facilitate that connection and make that a realization for all youth. And so building upon this idea of creativity and use in creating a strong educational environment and cessation sources, I'd like to continue speaking about our ability to create new ideas and engage that in our communication. My favorite part about working in tobacco control is introducing that idea of innovation, creating new ideas, and watching them expand our outreach capabilities. All of that excites me greatly. And this excitement for me manifested a few years ago where I created a documentary for the first time, where despite having never created or edited videos prior, I followed an opportunity to reach youth and others in a non-traditional format. I interviewed public health professionals like yourselves, from policymakers to researchers to lawyers and vice presidents, so I could really understand the epidemic in the United States from a multitude of perspectives, and then be able to condense this information and make it something that would be easy to understand to any audience, but also intriguing to watch to any audience. The documentary itself delves into the driving factors of the youth e-cigarette epidemic. It timelines the industry tactics and the concurring FDA regulations, and it proposes actionable solutions for policymakers and advocates. I found that by using this non-traditional method, this multidisciplinary approach enabled me to have a greater connectivity for audiences to this information, where this documentary centered upon all of the components of the environment rather than simply just focusing on one singularity. It showed that tobacco control was for the betterment of everyone. It is our path to greater equity because of its vast reach. The documentary eventually went to win on a national award in the US, and it aired across the US on television, and it even gained international recognition. It's arguably why I'm able to speak to you here today. Though what really stuck with me was when that documentary was used in schools, policy centers, and actually went on to advise policy in states in the US that I had never even been to. I was being contacted by senators and other representatives to be able to use this documentary to create their local policies. And as someone who'd never created videos before, this is what really shook me and really gave me momentum to understand that our ability to create change comes largely from using these non-traditional methods. That's how we pursue our goal. And so making this documentary, I knew I wanted to be bold, which is why in the film itself, I called out and on the US President and Congress to act. I'd essentially written this documentary as a letter to them. But I also wanted something that would bridge the communication gaps and make our goals in tobacco control easy to understand and relate to for everyone, though I never had imagined the extent to the documentary's reach. It again validated my belief that non-traditional methods work, and they do so by engaging someone in a space or in a way that they may not have listened to or realized earlier, where a policymaker can watch this documentary and recognize the needs to update laws in their jurisdiction, where a tobacco product user may have watched this video and begun to recognize how the industry worked to entrap them, where a youth can look at this video and decide that they're no longer going to stay silent. This dissemination of information through community voice allows us to expand our outreach efforts by normalizing conversations about tobacco prevention and creates a more inclusive, health-centric culture. Could you imagine if our popular culture was health-centric? How much this would change our surroundings? How much this could impact the way you think about themselves, the way they approach their everyday environments? So I believe there's a real opportunity here to engage youth voices through art, music, events, and more. We were speaking earlier about mass media not always being supportive of our goals. Well, we can create our own media. That's how we get youth involved. We allow them to express themselves in the way they want to, in the way they feel that they can add to their community. Things that really engulf youth interests. So in the United States, I've actually had the immense privilege to be a part of the progress that we've made in allowing and enabling and empowering youth to express themselves in all these different types of mediums. We've also seen that as youth have come together to really hold marches and conferences amongst each other to share those ideas and really voice themselves. We're over in California, actually just this last year, 300 youth came to speak up about the ways they had been involved in their communities and the ways that they could continue empowering one another. And this was only further bolstered through the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids National Days of Action that we've held continuously and annually every single year. So what I really want to hone in on here is that we do have the power to actualize a health-centric reality, one where youth don't have to walk down the street every day to to their school with puffs of smoke in their faces, where tobacco advertising doesn't have to follow them in their day-to-day activities or leisure time, where the youth aren't entrapped by the industry in a false sense of safety or belonging, and more so our work can ensure that they aren't being sold a falsehood that youth culture stems from substances, because we know it doesn't. And so as we work towards creating the first tobacco-free generation in 2040, we're doing more than just eradicating tobacco from our communities. In fact, we're uplifting the potential for youth to be their true selves. Going back to my 12-year-old self, while I was observing my surroundings, I for years had believed I was just that, an observer. As a youth, it's very easy to feel powerless in your surroundings, even stagnant in them, even if they've changed over and over again. So having these opportunities in the beginning to create a small change in my own school by creating a tobacco educational program, and then moving on now to be able to create leading movements and supporting other youth and mobilizing their own action, all of it in their health, for themselves, for their education, and more, all of that has given me immense courage and immense hope in this journey. Because it allows me to see that one voice was able to make so much difference. Imagine if so many more joined. So the impatient 12-year-old in me, who still resides right here, implores you to take action every single day to involve as many youth voices as you can in actualizing our 2040 goal to be a reality. If there's anything I've learned in my journey, it's that it's shown me that the only way to move forward is by doing something different. It's by involving youth voices. It's by giving them the ability to create their own choices and having the autonomy to do so. So for that, I thank you so much for your time, and I hope some of this was really helpful. And again, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agro Group. This has been very interesting. You yesterday started telling us how you started your career, and today you mentioned something very important, and you mentioned education and the importance on how we disseminate education. And sometimes we focus on rooms and schools, and we try to teach students how to and what are the harmful effects of tobacco. However, we sometimes forget that the consumption process is very complex, and it depends a lot on the sociological factors too. And we're fighting against tobacco through platforms, for instance, in social media, platforms of video on demand. We recently demonstrated in the Association Against Cancer that 91% of students are exposed to tobacco through social media and video on demand platforms. And whenever they are exposed, they have 2 times a higher increase of being smokers in the future. So how can we teach students and youth especially to be influencers of health and to influence their the environment through social media besides what we teach in rooms? How could we do that?
Yeah, it's like I said, that health is more than just what's happening to your body. It's what's happening around you. Everything affects your health. From if you're bullied in school, that's affecting your mental health. If you're seeing, like we mentioned earlier, dirty air, that's affecting your health. And so it really comes down to really latching on to these other factors that are all a part of health, because like we said earlier, that youth really care about the social justice movements that are taking place across the globe. And so I think structuring health as not just something that's happening in your body, but something that's happening around you is really how we get more youth to be involved. And then by empowering the voices that already exist. We have social media where youth every day are posting things. I think some of us take a little bit longer to really see those things, and I think organizations can do more of a job of uplifting those voices. I know at the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, we do a lot of work every year to empower those social media efforts. We share those posts on our actual page. We do things where we create videos of youth who are taking action in their everyday communities. And so it's really about empowering those voices, giving them a stage, giving people like me a stage that you guys have done here today, and really continuing that every single day.
That's great. And should we change the policies behind what we share and what is shared on social media? Are you doing anything about it?
Sorry.
Like, so changing the policy and the regulations, how the industry reaches the social media and share their products, etc. Are you working on something like that? Because one of the things that we would like to do in Spain is that the new regulations against tobacco also include regulations against promoting these products on social media and everything. And so I'm not sure if you're working on something on it, so we can learn from you.
Yeah, I think the biggest part of social media is that ability to reach where all youth, mostly, I would say largely actually, are on social media. And of course, that is one of the biggest aspects, being able to regulate the industry's reach, where they're able to use these soft mechanisms that might be able to be a loophole to the policies that already exist through influencers, through everyday Netflix shows and such. So really being stringent on that, while also pushing forward the educational things that we have going on in our organization, for example, and others that I'm a part of, like the Stanford Reach Lab. We have a social media page as well, where we really try to push, again, all these mechanisms to have a health and the educational content. And education not through, like, bullet pointing facts out because you don't want to read a whole page of facts on their social media, but rather using education through different TV shows, education through things that are engaging, like the documentary, for example. I think one of the biggest aspects and the reach of that documentary was so strong, it's because it was a non-traditional form of education. And I think so, if organizations are restructuring their policies, they should be around creating content that is engaging and that is inherently educational, but not outwardly educational.
Okay, thank you. And is there any questions from the audience? I think there's a question there. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your amazing lecture, and you have shown us the power of ideas, and really, it was amazing. We are very proud to have you here. I just would like to, if you agree, and your comment, you have told us the power of education by many means, even if you agree and the comment of our own example. What's your comment on that? Because education, it's always what you think, you see, and what you do. So as your example, our own, all of us, example in education, what's your opinion on that?
Sure, I definitely agree that our example is a leading, I guess, educational mechanism for youth, where they're going to be looking around for people who are representations for them. And one of the biggest things we talk about is having voices that are representative, where youth from different communities are able to see people like themselves. I think one of the hardest things for me growing up was that there weren't a lot of Indian voices. There still aren't a lot of Indian voices in health. And it comes from giving people like that power, giving people like that a stage. And I think that goes for communities of color across the globe. Youth need to be able to see more people that look like themselves, people that share their interests. Really, when we focus on having a leader, we don't just focus on the things we do, but their inherent qualities. So I think education really comes from the vastness of that, is when I definitely agree with the comment you made.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here and for bringing us your knowledge. And I hope we can meet again. Thank you very much for being here. Have a nice evening. Have a nice morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agan. Thank you, Karen. We invite you now a coffee in order to gather strength for the rest of the day. We'll be back at 12 o'clock here. Thank you. Well, hello again. I hope you have enjoyed your coffee and some of the pastries, of course. We go ahead with the agenda. We have reached one of the most important moments of the Congress. We now turn to the presentation of the main conclusions reached during these days. Are we compliant with the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control? Who is most affected by non-compliance? Are we answering current challenges and needs? To answer all these questions, I welcome David Planas, Spanish Association Against Cancer, Jakub Goș-Derezi, Association of European Cancer Leagues, and Roxana Alexandrescu, European Network for Smoking and Tobacco Prevention.
Hello all. As one of the young reporters who contributed to towards drafting the conclusions for this Congress, I want to express my gratitude to all my fellow reporters for their dedication and hard work. It has been an honor to work alongside such a talented group of young professionals, and I'm proud of the final product we produced now. I believe that our youth and fresh perspective have brought a unique and valuable dimension to the conclusions, and I'm confident that our work will make a positive impact on our respective fields. Thank you again to all my fellow reporters for this incredible opportunity. I will count their names: Leyla Mahmetbeyli, Mashkur Isa, Miliana Stoyanovska, Jakub Goș-Derezi, Patricia Pinto, Christos Tsakakaris, Vanessa Sosonova, and Yeva Magarian from the European Cancer League's Youth Ambassador Program. And we have Alexandru Karaja, Darius Lotren, Georgia Bucaș, Roxana Alexandrescu, Alexandra Ana, and Moșca Cech from the European Network for Smoking and Tobacco Prevention Youth Group. And also we have David Planas, Carmen Martinez, Carlos Espana, and Maria Perales from Spanish Association Against Cancer. Okay. Juan Pedro Benitez and Beatriz Martinez, our hearts, from Spanish Association Against Cancer also contributed as rapporteurs in this conference. We want to acknowledge as well the rapporteurs' coordination and drafting of this conclusion document done by Youth Committee Leader Beatriz Arenas. The collaboration in the drafting of this conclusion document of Mario Lopez, Diego De Haro, Belen Fernandez, Ana Fernandez, and Sebastián del Busto from Spanish Association Against Cancer. And, and of course, the outstanding contribution as mentor and supervisor of Dr. Professor Jose Maria Martin Moreno, chair of the Scientific Committee. The 9th European Conference on Tobacco or Health, ECTOH, which has been held in Madrid from 26 to 28 April 2023, was initiated by the Association of European Cancer Leagues and jointly organized by the Spanish Association Against Cancer and the Spanish Committee for the Prevention of Smoking, and was conceived with two main objectives in mind. First, to explore the best ways to inform the call for member states to effectively meet the target less than 5% of population using tobacco by 2040, as defined in the European Cancer Beating Plan. And second, to promote a movement with utmost determination from the European civil society, especially involving the young people, to persuade the authorities in European countries of the need to achieve this goal. To tackle the above, three main pillars we devised First, to examine the extent to which the Framework Convention on Tobacco or Control, I will say it FCTC, is being actually implemented, where it is not being implemented, and what are the implications for tobacco control and public health. Secondly, to identify the groups that are most adversely affected by failure to comply with the FCTC. And the last one is to highlight the current challenges that the tobacco control community currently faces and the way how to face them. The conference had a wide-ranging programs covering the topics such as FCTC complaints and monitoring, inspiring experiences towards tobacco control in the world, taxes, transborder commercialization, industry interference and publicity, tobacco cessation, resource mobilization and intersectional collaboration, youth mobilization, social inequalities in tobacco use, emerging products, smoke-free spaces, environment, COVID-19, healthy cities, healthy workplaces, and innovative solutions. In this report, we summarized the key findings and conclusions of the conference, organized around these three questions that the conference aimed to address. First, I want to get started with the FCTC. Are we complying with the FCTC? Yes, 20 years after the adoption of the WHO FCTC program, we can recognize some positive developments, but we still have a long way to go in terms of its implementation. However, this conference has provided some suggestions on how to overcome the challenges of implementing the FCTC. The speakers emphasized that the need for strong measures against tobacco control with an intersectional perspective. In addition, there is a need for a strong monitoring and compliance mechanism. The suggested solutions are expected to bring numerous benefits, such as progress in achieving the SDGs, not just tobacco control, but its elimination, enriching global health architecture and governance, and inspiring further treaties in global public health. There were some good practices identified during the conference. These include the impact and consistency of civil society organizations, CSOs, following up with and contributing to the progress of the FCTC implementation at high and more comprehensive levels. This is consistent with a decrease in tobacco use, resolute action against industry interference, and national coordination mechanisms for tobacco control. However, some follow-up actions have emerged. There is a need for increased political commitments by parties to ensure the implementation of the FCTCs. There should be a switch and resolute response to novel products and tactics by tobacco industry, and efficient compliance mechanisms should be established. Looking through several prisms, the WHO FCTC was a global solution and one of the first attempts to effect global action on health through a treaty. Despite its successes in promoting and protecting health amidst other competing interests, some factors relating to the FCTC origins have not changed over past 20 years. Moreover, the convention remains relevant and perhaps in the more complex and multidimensional ways than we could foresee 20 years ago, sure. We need to take decisive action towards implementing the FCTC across all borders. In doing so, we can eliminate tobacco use and achieving the SDGs, as well as enriching global health architecture and governance. We should use already established treaties while creating new ones to promote and protect health amidst other competing interests.
Stop 1 second, Jacob.
Oh, someone fainted?
Second, yeah.
What's going on?
Someone fainted there. So stop 1 second.
Should I?
Someone's.
Is there some?
So please, if you can come back to your seat. Fortunately, our dear colleague is recovering. The blood pressure is going up. And this is just a sample of the importance of health. Health is not everything, but without health, everything else is nothing. There is a competent team there supporting our colleague, and I'm sure that she would like us just to, because if it is the need to interrupt, obviously this is our first priority, but we are not helping her by being stressful and, surrounding her and giving her the impression that everything has been interrupted because of her. So I would suggest that in a relaxed way, we continue. The group which is there will have absolute freedom to, there is a medical doctor, there is a nurse. I myself have been checking that her conditions is good, so it shouldn't be something really an alarm. And my suggestion is that you continue with the conclusions.
Thank you.
If those of you who are not helping there directly would be so kind to sit down and then let the people who are really doing their job there.
Oh.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. I hope she's fine. Let's keep continue from the point we just mentioning. Yes, we were talking about the FCTC's implementations and the interactions with the SDGs. The sessions, we had some interesting ideas were shared regarding the most important challenges in tobacco prevention through this conference. The sessions on inspiring experiences towards tobacco control in the world highlighted the need to move beyond just controlling tobacco use and aim for end game to protect public health. We had a Dutch example. The Dutch example was cited as a unifying strategy that can lead to a policy change and a strong policy approaches that encompasses the taxes, the packaging, and the spaces for cigarettes and related products. The session emphasized that the tobacco control is a joint effort that requires alliances across professionals, society, health foundations, and other key stakeholders beyond the countries. Canada was also recognized for implementing innovative regulatory measures that can be included in the EU directive. Yes, talking about smoking prevention programs in Spain, the sessions aims to analyze the challenges, opportunities, the barriers associated with tobacco prevention and control, and presents the evidence-based prevention models. Speakers presented different prevention programs adapted to various settings, including families, schools, community programs, and vulnerable key populations. The conclusion highlights the importance of the evidence-based and regionally adapted smoking prevention programs that addresses vulnerable population groups. No specific recommendations were provided in the text. Also, the impact of the taxes and transporter shopping on young people varies depending on their role in their business or industry, but increasing the retail prices and minimum taxes can help to curb and reverse the trend, increasing affordability. The tobacco industry adapts to changing conditions, and currently there is a special focus on norm shaping, corporate social responsibility activities, controlling data and science, and increasing reliance on third-party messengers. The tobacco industry's tactics aim to gain access to policymakers at all levels and in countering the tobacco industry's influence and enforcing the FCTC Article 5.3. And there should be always be good cooperation and communication between the tobacco control community and healthcare authorities, political authorities, and the media. We have also made an approach to challenges and solutions for tobacco cessation in pregnant women, people with oral diseases, and the impact of tobacco on patients in rehabilitation processes. Speakers presented their experiences, including a protocol for smoking cessation strategies, a chatbot for smoking cessation in primary care, a campaign for dealing with the impact of tobacco on rheumatologic malignancies, a tobacco program for pregnant women, and a campaign to put zero to tobacco. The session highlighted the risks associated with the tobacco use, such as oral cancer, rheumatologic diseases, and laryngeal cancers. The importance of addressing smoking cessation through campaigns and prevention efforts. That's were vital. The recommendations include addressing smoking cessation through all health professionals and developing campaigns for reducing tobacco consumption and prevention. Regarding the tobacco cessation, young people, as we, are more likely to live in a society that is more aware of the risks of smoking and has a better understanding of how to help a tobacco user. Many new approaches to tobacco cessation have been introduced in the last couple of years, and the studies show that a combined therapy has better results. Different approaches on preventing the consumption of tobacco and other substances among young people have been done among some speeches. Speakers presented their perspectives on prevention, including the development of programs for at-risk groups, prevention of other forms of smoking, and the use of scouting as a leisure alternative. The session emphasized the importance of prevention and awareness, promoting healthy habits, and providing appropriate skills to face risky situations. The recommendations highlight the need for different approaches to prevention work. Also, we had a session where we suggested the solutions on tobacco cessation included using innovation and technology to hack our brains into quitting smoking, and democratizing the use of neurotechnology to improve healthcare and potentially combat smoking. The role of technology in understanding and acting on human behavior with neurotechnology is providing to be a promising tool was also highlighted. So in the conference, we have also had the opportunity to listen to young students and their opinion about tobacco prevention. There were ideas like making people more conscious about the tobacco components, furnish more opportunities to tobacco cessation programs, raising taxes, and legislate about the second-hand smoke.
There also were presented various studies and findings related to second-hand smoke, exposure indoor and outdoor places, the harmful effects of e-cigarettes, and the need for more comprehensive smoke-free legislation. The studies indicate that there are some inequities in second-hand smoke exposure too. People with lower socioeconomic status are more affected by SAH exposure. To respond to this question, we need community interventions that promote health and policies that decrease the normalization of tobacco consumption, especially among young people. According to Prevent Smoking in the university environment, with speakers presenting initiatives such as the Smoke-Free Campus Working Group, the EBIC University Project, and the 100% Smoke-Free Campus Project at the Carlos III University of Madrid, the suggested solutions included creating smoke-free environments, disseminating information, and promoting social awareness of associated risks, training health measures, and denormalizing tobacco consumption in society. The expected benefits were better health outcomes for the university community, while the risks are not mentioned. Follow-up actions included continuous evaluation involving more teachers and assessing the inclusion of actions aimed at harm reduction. Young people were affected by this initiative as they were aimed at preventing tobacco use in the university population. Prevention can be applied in the private sector too. Many enterprises want to improve their employees' health and wellness, which could have too many benefits. On one hand, for the enterprise, it's important to maintain a good health of its workers because it increases their happiness and reduces their medical leaves. On the other hand, workers feel that their employer is worried about their health and feel more comfortable and safer. The session on resource mobilization and intersectoral collaboration recommend quantifying the gap between the amount of having and needing funds and being part of the FCTC 2030 project to help low and middle-income countries with tobacco control. Domestic resource mobilization through taxation, private sector, and philanthropic financing, and interacting through FCTC with NCD prevention and control were also suggested. Our journalists roundtable emphasized that a new generation of journalists should be strong in facing the industry and deny the information or data communication department of the tobacco industry. The new journalists should pressure the government to take action on new laws or strong regulations about new products. We also discussed about the challenges on creating a healthy theory and the suggested solutions, such as collaboration, resource mobilization, monitoring, education, and digital media. Best practices include working groups on tobacco, innovative measures, and community activities. Young people are affected through screening, interactive materials, and tobacco-free schools. The recommendations in this area include developing policies for equity and strengthening collaborations between institutions. In the session addressing big tobacco influence in young people, the challenge addressed was the marketing of tobacco brands and how youth is a primary target for the industry, with video-on-demand platforms and social media being the new ways of advertising to young people. The suggested solutions included developing policies to ensure equity, low exposure to smoke and tobacco advertising, and creating or strengthening working groups, intersectoral and interinstitutional collaborations. Environmentalists can be a valuable ally in the case to contribute significantly. Environmentalists can be a valuable ally in the quest to turn young people against tobacco, not only from a young health perspective, but also from a climate and environmental activism approach. Tobacco cultivation, manufacturing, and distribution contribute significantly to deforestation, soil degradation, and greenhouse gas emissions. By raising awareness about the environmental impact of tobacco production and consumption, environmentalists can help to mobilize young people to join the fight against tobacco. Young people can be motivated to advocate for policies that support sustainable agriculture, reduce waste, and promote clean energy as part of the tobacco control movement. By highlighting the link between tobacco and use and environmental degradation, environmentalists can engage young people in a broader movement for social and environmental justice, creating a more comprehensive approach to tobacco control. Overall, the sessions highlighted the need for a joint effort to control tobacco, involving policy approaches that encompass taxes, packaging, smoke-free spaces, and related products. It recommended a stronger civil society involvement in the countering the tobacco industry's influence, promoting smoking cessation and resource mobilization. It also emphasized the importance of educating the new generation of journalists and pressuring the government to take action against the new tobacco products. And who are the most adversely affected by the failure to comply with the FCTC? While tobacco is harmful to everyone who uses, certain groups are more vulnerable to the negative effects of tobacco due to a specific characteristics that they possess. Smoking rates have shifted from being more prevalent among the rich to now being more common among the poor, with a twofold difference in risk and consequences associated with tobacco between different socioeconomic groups. Social determinants such as stress, peer pressure, and tobacco access largely affect smoking rates. Reduction rates following policies and regulations also show disparities within low and high ESIS groups, largely attributed to both groups, which can be achieved through price policies and tailored service. Example of this tailored service includes smoke-free areas and smoke-free school hours. Overall, there's a need for common and equal charges that require monitoring and careful tailoring to cover the needs of socioeconomic groups. Age plays a significant role in tobacco use. Young people are particularly vulnerable to negative effects of tobacco. The conference emphasized that the tobacco industry is constantly adapting to changing conditions, and young people must be aware of the new tactics adopted by the tobacco lobby. The involvement of the civil society is seen as a key player in the countering tobacco industry influence and enforcing FCTC Article 5.3. The challenge addressed was the marketing of tobacco brands and how youth is a primary target for the industry, which video on-demand platform and social media being the new ways of advertising to young people. The suggested solutions include developing policies to ensure equity, low exposure to smoke and tobacco advertising, and creating strengthened working groups, intersectoral and interinstitutional collaboration. It's essential that we educate young people about the dangers of tobacco use and implement policies that restrict access to tobacco products for minors. We should also discuss about gender. While tobacco use affects both men and women, women will be more vulnerable due to the potential for reproductive health consequences such as infertility and complications during pregnancy. But we should not stop there. There is a need for the evidence-based studies. We need to integrate the gender integration studies, not only surveys, but also cohorts, intervention, etc. We should not only focus on the pregnant woman, we need to focus more. The treatments should be more accessible and comprehensive. All treatments, including counseling and medications.
Congratulations. During our sessions, we also tackled sensitive matters, like the people living with mental disease. They are more vulnerable to tobacco use, as they are often stigmatized and have higher prevalence of smoking. The tobacco culture in mental health centers is also a problem, with around 32% of mental health care professionals smoking. Solutions include offering smoking cessation services and implementing total smoking bans in mental health centers, involving pharmacists as educators on tobacco use and using nicotine substitutes to help quit smoking. Follow-up actions include limiting access to tobacco products, training pharmacists as healthcare educators, and increasing health education. The recommendations include limiting access to tobacco and providing health education, especially in mental health wards, and increasing the role of pharmacists in smoking cessation. The cultural context makes some of people more vulnerable to tobacco consumption because of tobacco consumption is linked to emotional drivers like pleasure and the sense of belonging that the tobacco industry explodes through advertising and placement. Socioeconomic status, age, gender roles, and cultural dimensions are other factors that affect tobacco consumptions. And entertainment media has played a significant role in promoting and normalizing smoking among viewers. The tobacco and alcohol industries work hand in hand as they benefit from one each other, using similar techniques such as lobbying, promotion, sabotage, manipulation, and deception. Therefore, policies against tobacco should not focus on restraining individual freedom, but on targeting the industry to ensure a true choice out of their influence. To fight tobacco consumption, it is necessary to take a combined public and individual perspective, intersectional actions, and approach from the whole society. Affordability measures like taxes, availability measures, regulation on outlet density, days of sale, and banning sponsorships and promotions are some of the solutions that we recommend. The implementation of a rating system that considers the depiction of tobacco imagery and strong anti-smoking ads at the beginning of any media product can also prevent smoking uptake in young people. Related to COVID-19, there has been appeared a new term called infodemic, caused by an overload of research papers during the COVID-19 pandemic, making it difficult for researchers to identify legitimate research. The tobacco industry's relentless efforts to infiltrate the scientific world have contributed to the infodemic. Smoking cessation initiatives were initially abandoned during the pandemic, and smoking rates increased among people who were already smokers. The speakers suggested that early career researchers should frame their research questions correctly and emphasize the hypothetical nature of the findings. Evidence-based tobacco control needs to be applied. Recommendations include continuing efforts on the importance of tobacco control and addressing tobacco control measures with the same relevance as COVID-19. According to the mechanism of action of nicotine and THC, including suggested solutions and best practices for addressing the associated challenges. The sessions explores the pharmacokinetics and pharmacodynamics interactions between nicotine and THC and the consequences of blocking the endocannabinoid system on nicotine addiction. The conclusion highlights the importance of understanding the pharmacodynamics interactions between nicotine and THC as a risk factor for addiction development. The recommendation population emphasized the need to address this risk factor in efforts to minimize addiction-associated and side effects. We would like to address also other communities that might be also vulnerable but not so mentioned. The LGBTQ+ community is broad and diverse, with distinct groups like gays, lesbians, transgenders, having different backgrounds. Due to discriminations and stigma, they experience stress that make them more likely to smoke than the general population. As a result, they are specifically targeted by the tobacco industry. Romani population, Gypsy population, also face health disadvantages due to segregation and discrimination, despite being a large and diverse demographic of 10 to 20 million people that often remain invisible. In conclusion, we must recognize that certain groups are more vulnerable than to the negative effects of tobacco use due to specific characteristics such as age, gender, pre-existing health conditions, and socio-cultural context. We need to implement policies and education programs that address these vulnerabilities and help people quit using tobacco. It is time to work together and to create a healthier and more equitable society for all. And are we answering current challenges and needs? We acknowledge that the FCTC had been a game changer on tobacco control, as it had provided a framework for coordinated action at the global level. The FCTC has also had significant achievements in tobacco control, such as the implementation of smoke-free policies, tobacco taxes, and health warnings. However, the speakers also pointed out that the FCTC faced several changes in responding to the current tobacco control landscape. The emergence of new tobacco products, such as e-cigarettes and heated tobacco products, had created new challenges for tobacco control. The speakers also highlighted the need to address the social determinants of tobacco use, such as poverty, education, and social inequalities. As a society, we have been slower in implementing the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control than the tobacco industry has been in adapting to the change in society. Despite the progress made in tobacco control, the tobacco industry has been able to continue to market their products effectively, especially in low and middle-income countries where tobacco are weaker or non-existent. In contrast, many countries have been slow to implement tobacco measures such as tobacco taxes, smoke-free policies, and health warnings. This has allowed the tobacco industry to continue to profit from the sales of their products despite the significant health risk associated with tobacco use. To effectively tackle the tobacco epidemic, it is essential that society implements the FCTC measures and strengthens tobacco control policies to counter the tactics used by the tobacco industry. Young professionals and young people can play a critical role in the successful implementation of the FCTC. They bring fresh perspectives and innovative ideas to the tobacco control, which can help to overcome some of the challenges that have been hindered progress in the past. Young professionals, including researchers, public health practitioners, and policymakers, can use their knowledge and expertise to advocate for evidence-based tobacco control policies, monitor compliance with the FCTC, and evaluate the impact of tobacco control interventions. Meanwhile, young people can engage in tobacco control initiatives and youth-led campaigns to raise awareness about the harms of tobacco use and the importance of tobacco control policies. They can also serve as ambassadors for smoke-free environments, encourage their peers to quit smoking, and advocate for stronger tobacco control policies in their communities. The involvement of young professionals and young people in tobacco control efforts is crucial to ensure a sustainable and effective response to the tobacco epidemic. As young professionals, we recognize the urgency of addressing the cancer epidemic, and we're committed to playing an active role in cancer prevention efforts. We believe that we can contribute to the development and implementation of effective cancer prevention strategies. We invite cancer prevention entities to count on us as allies in this fight against cancer. We can provide our skills, knowledge, and expertise to help develop and implement evidence-based cancer prevention policies, conduct research to identify new risk factors and potential interventions, and advocate for policies that promote healthy lifestyles and early detection of cancer. We believe that by working together, we can make a significant impact in reducing the burden of cancer and improving the health in our communities. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rosanna.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much, you three. Well, it's time for the award ceremony of the 9th Hecto Madrid 2023 for the best oral communications and posters presented during the Congress. But Before that, may I call to the stage to Professor Rui Medeiros, Dr. Ramon Reyes, Dr. José María Martín Moreno, and Dr. Andrés Zamorano. I understand all of you know perfectly who they are at this point of the Congress. Right? Sorry.
Just a moment. We have some surprise because, you know, ECL is an organization that recognizes the awards and also as memory. And for sure, I would like to say to you, ECTO Madrid will be one of our best memories. And I would like to thank all the organizers, everybody, all the chairs and speakers, and all of you to be in a very friendly environment. I'm sure our colleague is getting better now. Is she okay? Yeah, okay, thank you. And for that, and I'm sure also you remember on memories, we have our minds and our hearts. And to reinforce the institutional recognizement, I would like to give a small offer to our colleagues José Moreno and Ramon Reyes in the name of ECL. I have a small gift. You will see it in a moment. It's somewhere. I would like to yes, it's coming. So this one is for President Ramon Reyes. In name of ECL, we are deeply recognized.
Thank you, Louis. Very surprised. Thank you very much. Thank you. Well, small accident.
Okay.
Happens, sorry.
We'll correct it.
Yeah. That's it. Bueno, you can say it, you know, in spite of that. Thank you very much.
Well, fresh air. In name of ECL, I would like to also give this gift to Professor José María Martín Moreno, the president of our scientific committee. Thank you so much.
Please stay, Professor Rui Medeiros. Take care with the glasses. Dr. Ramon, I don't know if we have the pictures ready. Yes. Now, I don't know if he's a surprise, but Dr. Ramon Reyes want to give a token to Professor Rui Medeiros. Por favor. Please, Iviana. You. No.
Have to be very careful. So,
take care, Dr. Reyes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, our hack was so...
Sorry.
We gave us before, you know, so passionate hack that the glass couldn't resist that. It cracked, it broke. So it's thank you, Rui. It's a pleasure working together with the ICL. We always are supported by you and the organization. Wendy was there, and thank you very much for this.
Also, I would like to reinforce you all will be in our minds, our hearts. Special thank to our dear colleague, Ana Fernandez. She's ECL board, so, but we convinced her to organize the ECTO. As you will see, we have also to look at the future. You will see in a while.
Okay, but that's not all for now, because Dr. Ramon Reyes also gives a token of appreciation to Dr. Andrés Zamorano as expression of his gratitude for being the main partner of the 9th ECTO Madrid 2023. Por favor.
Thank you, Andrés. It's a pleasure. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. You can show there. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Well, everything is safe?
Everything is okay now. Thank you, Michi.
I'm going to ask Jose Maria Andres to stay on the stage. I know Ramon and we
disappear.
Yes, you have
disappear from here. Okay.
I know you have things to do, but please, Jose Maria and Andres, because now we start. This is yours.
Okay, thank you.
Just in case. Please, yes, Jose Maria Andres. This edition of the Congress is coming to an end, and the time has come to present the 9th ECTO Madrid 2023 Awards for the best oral communications and posters presented during the Congress. Dr. Jose Maria Martín Moreno and Dr. Andrés Taberno will be in charge of this prize giving. And we start with the best posters, best oral. The finalists for best oral communications are Shira Kislev for what would be the conversion formula in order to tax e-cigarettes similar to cigarettes, and also finalist Hannah Ross is Spain lagging behind, and would the new EU tobacco tax directive help? I ask Hannah and Shira, please come to the stage to receive their recognition. They're recognizing as finalists of Best Oral Communications. Shira Kislev and Hannah Ross. Shira is on the stage, and if Hannah is not with us, we will send her, of course, her recognition. Thank you. Thank you very much. And now, winner, Dr. Martín Moreno, you'll give now the winner. The winner of this oral communication is Cristina Kyriakos. Use of menthol cigarette accessories among youth who smoke after the menthol cigarette ban in England 2021, implications for health equity. Please, Cristina. Congratulations, Cristina. We go now to the posters prizes. Finalists in this category are Darius Lotrean for tobacco-free advent calendar development, implementation, and process evaluation of a multinational project initiated and created by youth, and Karen Lisette Ramirez Cervantes for our online interventions for smoking cessation, effective alternatives to face-to-face intervention, a retrospective analysis. Please, Karen Lisette and Darius, if you come up to the stage, please. Someone told me that Darius is the youngest attendant in this Congress. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It's true you like very young, of course. It's good. It's Spanish humor, not always works in a literally translation. Well, the winner of this category poster, Dr. Zamorano, is for Niels Lundin for Future Nicotine Policy Blow Against Youth. Please, Niels.
Give this to Cecilia in London. Can you please stand up? Miss Cecilia, because she is working outside the box all the time. From this is a Swedish tobacco initiative. And thank you so much. And what we actually was doing was telling you the truth of today and tomorrow, because we have an epidemic on nicotine, those snuff. And I don't want to stay here on the 10th Congress and say, what did I say? Because this is spreading more than COVID-19, because it's spreading through internet. And we know it reaches not 1,000 or 10,000, but millions of youth with the tobacco industry doing. So this is not only a Swedish problem, it's an international problem. So thank you very much, and we'll see you next year.
Thank you. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, doctors. Thank you very much. This 9th ECTO edition focused on achieving the ultimate goal of having a tobacco-free generation in 2040. Today, the activist movement against tobacco is born in Spain, but our youth will spread this movement to other countries in Europe, standing up to the tobacco companies. The most exciting moment of Congress has arrived, recognizing and stabbing the first young anti-tobacco activist. We see a video before that.
More than 14 entities are seeking the next generation free of tobacco smoke because 38.2% of young people say they have smoked tobacco at some point in their lives. Nearly half of all students aged 14 to 18 have smoked an e-cigarette at some point in their lives, 44.3%. 82.5% of young people have had at least one form of exposure to tobacco on platforms or media. This exposure is strongly correlated with both tobacco and new product use.
Tenemos un reto. ¿Cómo conseguir que en el año 2030 sea la primera generación sin humo?
Really, you guys have the voice and I want you to use your voice.
I realized that the tobacco industry, they're trying to fool us, to use youth and children to gain money.
Vais a ser vosotros los que estéis presentes en el inicio del primer movimiento antitabaco de España. Voluntarios, voluntarias.
Abordando primero el efecto, hemos considerado que deberíamos subiendo los impuestos del tabaco en sí, que sea más caro, va a dificultar más el acceso.
Young, you have the ability for years and years to come to continue to create momentum around your country, around Europe, around the world.
If there is any of these young people, I would like to these first young people to join me, please, on the stage, please. We're going to take an historical photo that reflects the beginning of this youth social movement against tobacco. We are lucky we have a big stage. We're lucky porque please. Yo gritaría o haría algo, levantaría los brazos, ánimo, venga, un aplauso fuerte. Venga, un aplauso fuerte, a big applause to the young people. Again. Thank you very much. Thank you. Ahora presenta Daniela Greco la décima. Y luego ya posiblemente volveré a llamar por ahí está. Well, congratulations again to all these young people and for all their jobs. The time has come for the presentation of the next edition of the European Conference on Tobacco or Health, ECTO. And for this, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Daniela Greco, Chair of the Tobacco Control Subgroup, Association of European Cancer Leagues.
Good morning, and oh, you can't see me, too small. Good morning and buenos dias once again. It was a really lovely moment, the one we've just seen with all the young students and youth ambassadors. Now, the reason I'm here, it's quite clear. First of all, my name is Daniela Giangreco, and I am the head of the Primary Prevention Department at the Italian League Against Cancer, and also the chair of the sub-working group on tobacco at ECL. Can we have the first slide on, please? There we are. So, this is ACTO 2023, but do you know how often ACTO happens? It happens every 3 years. It's organized every 3 years, and it's organized under the auspices of the European Cancer League and other prominent cancer leagues. Now, if we can go to the next slide, please. That's it. The next 10th edition will be organized in Milan, and ECL itself was proudly founded in Italy in 1980. So we are really honored to host the next edition and be part of such a precious network of national and regional cancer leagues. Now, why did we decide to host it in Milan? Milan is going through a very particular moment at this time, and I'd like to show you the next video.
Ho cominciato a fumare all'età di 16 anni. All'inizio fumavo a scuola, poi ho iniziato a fumare negli spazi pubblici con gli amici e infine ho iniziato a fumare anche quando ero da sola. Poi è diventata una dipendenza e infatti ogni volta che ero stressata fumavo una sigaretta.
La Lega Italiana per la lotta contro i tumori ha delle azioni contro il fumo che riguardano l'informazione, la disassuefazione al fumo e soprattutto la sensibilizzazione a partire dalle scuole primarie e secondarie.
Noi peer educator siamo dei ragazzi che vanno a fare campagne di prevenzione nelle scuole per promuovere uno stile di vita sano.
Il Comune di Milano da quest'anno ha portato avanti delle azioni veramente innovative, che sono la sospensione del fumo di sigaretta nelle fermate dei mezzi pubblici, nei parchi pubblici e anche negli impianti sportivi.
Un'azione assolutamente necessaria per la lotta contro il fumo, che si ripercuote non solo a livello della salute del corpo umano, ma anche a livello della salute ambientale.
So you see, we are perfectly in line with what's happening today. And so the creation of a new generation free from tobacco, nicotine, smoking, and vapor, it's our common fight. In 2026, we will aim to present, as we're doing now, the most up-to-date advocacy trends, showcase successful tobacco control campaigns, and provide a platform for experts to exchange information. And most of all, keep up the excellent job we've been seeing today in these days towards tobacco and nicotine. I forgot to do something. I beg your pardon. I forgot to say thanks, really many thanks, muchas gracias, to Dr. Jose Martin Moreiro, to Dr. Ramon Reyes, and to Professor Rui Medeiros for organizing this ACTO. What's really striking me is the passion the love, and I'm really saying this not because it's an institution moment, but because I really feel this, and I think you all felt this. So what makes us unique, what makes Europe unique in the fight against cancer is the passion we put in this effort and this fight. Our goal is to make Europe tobacco-free, nicotine-free, and create the first non-smoking generation and focus on the problem that nicotine and tobacco is causing on the environment. I think this is one of the main issues we will face in the future, and certainly in Milan 2026 Acto, we will have a focus on that particular thing as well. So, arrivederci.
Thank you very much. To all the authorities, scientific community, researchers, social associations, health professionals, and to all of our guests, all strongly committed to the fight against tobacco, it is now time to close this 9th European Conference on Tobacco or Health. Now we give way to Dr. Elisabeth Weiderpass, Director, International Agency for Research on Cancer, and member of the 9th ECTO Madrid 2023 Honors Committee.
Thank you. Dear participants, dear colleagues and collaborators, dear friends, I'm Dr. Elisabeth Weiderpass, the Director of the International Agency for Research on Cancer of the World Health Organization. And Spain is one of our participating states and one of the most active participating states of IARC. Cancer is an immense threat for sustainable development and for our societies. Over the course of this century, cancer will become the leading cause of premature death worldwide and the single most important barrier for further gains in life expectancy. Tobacco smoking remains the leading cause of cancer-related deaths worldwide and is responsible for at least 20 different types of cancer. In 2019, there was an estimated 2.4 million tobacco-related cancer deaths worldwide. The population attributable fraction, or PAF, of cancer due to tobacco was 33.9% in men and 10.7% in women. In Europe, tobacco smoking is responsible for 1 in 5 cancer deaths. Based on our estimates, 758,000 cancer cases are attributable to tobacco smoking every year, accounting for at least 19% of all cancer deaths in Europe. By region, the largest and the lowest population attributable fraction due to smoking occurred in Eastern Europe, 21% of all cancer cases, and Northern and Southern Europe, about 18%. The effective implementation of tobacco control programs is critical to reduce this cancer burden in the future. Regarding smokeless tobacco and other tobacco products, there is much lower awareness of the risks associated with smokeless tobacco. And other tobacco products, such as water pipe, shisha, hookah, need greater attention and are still poorly understood. Secondhand smoking is a cause of lung cancer in non-smokers. Primary prevention works, but needs time. As exemplified for lung cancer in a recent modeling study, implementation of evidence-based tobacco control policies at the most comprehensive level could considerably reduce the smoking attributable disease burden across Europe in the years to come. This study showed that an estimated 1.65 million lung cancer cases could be prevented within the next 20 years with the highest implementation of tobacco control policies. Prevention is the most cost-effective long-term strategy for cancer control. Given the still high prevalence of smoking and the effects of population aging, there is a great need to reinforce prevention efforts by implementing evidence-based tobacco control policies at the most comprehensive level, supporting the WHO Framework Convention of Tobacco Control. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Doctor. We give way to Dr. Gauden Galea, representing the European Regional Office of the World Health Organization Europe, a member of the 9th ECTO Madrid 2023 Honors Committee. We see a video. Creo que debería entrar un vídeo ahora del doctor Gauden Galea, por favor. We're having a small technical problem with the video of Dr. Gauden Galea. And I will go ahead with the agenda and we can follow, you know, in case we put it. Then now we give the floor then to Mr. Borja Cabezón, Ambassador on Special Mission for the International Crisis on COVID-19 and Global Health of the Spanish government and member of the 9th ECTO Madrid 2023 Honors Committee. Ambassador, please.
Hello, dear presidents, members of the Scientific and Steering Committee, authorities, researchers, patient organization, media. I would like to congratulate you on the celebration of the 9th edition of the European Conference on Tobacco or Health. It is a great honor for me, as Ambassador for Global Health of the Government of Spain, to be here today at the closing ceremony of this event, internationally recognized as the main forum for joining efforts and work together towards the eradication of tobacco epidemic. The first thing I want to say is that I have fulfilled your challenge and your cause all of my life. I never tried a cigarette, never took a single puff of one. I remember holding one when I was 12, 13 years old. And at that age, when smoking was a sign of being older, I thought that it was nonsense and decided against it. Today, I realize that I began taking care of myself. Now I need to keep sweets, cheesecake, and chips. During these days, the conference has brought together prestigious experts committed to civil society with the aim of giving visibility to the fight against tobacco. It is vital that today's society, and especially young people, have a critical understanding of the serious consequences of tobacco, both for health and the environment, and become aware of the need to continue promoting healthy lifestyles, the commitment to healthy cities, and smoke-free spaces. According to WHO, tobacco is the leading preventable cause of disease, disability, and premature death in the world. The tobacco epidemic is one of the greatest threats to the public health. with serious and evident consequences for the health of the population. Every year, more than 8 million people die, of which about 1.5 million are due to the exposure of non-smokers to the second-hand smoke. Despite this reality, society as a whole does not perceive this health risk, and tobacco remains the leading cause of cancer and one of the main causes of death and disease in Europe. Health has no borders, so it is necessary to reaffirm the commitment of governments to help promote the right to health, contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals, and the comprehensive protection of children and youth. In short, it is necessary to mobilize public policymakers in their commitment to achieve a tobacco-free generation. In Spain, with this perspective and the recent social, health and economic crisis caused about SARS-CoV-2, the importance of public health, the value of prevention in health, and the need for a global health strategy to improve tobacco prevention, and the challenge of smoking cessation in Spain have become evident. Soon, in July 2023, Spain will assume the presidency of the Council of the European Union, which gave us the opportunity to promote together with other European partners the ambitious agenda of the European Union and its objectives, where it is essential to strengthen global health against tobacco as a priority of health policy to build a strong, resilient and productive societies. Achieving a tobacco-free generation is a challenge that goes beyond technical or political aspects. It is a more ambitious goal that involves saving the lives of present and future generations. To achieve this goal, social awareness must be intensified, especially among young people who in the coming years will see a reduced risk of tobacco-related disease. Finally, I would like to say that I am proud of the youth activism against tobacco that yesterday gathered more than 4 young people in search of a dream to be free, to stop being a slave to tobacco, and to give up dependence of chemical substances. Stop smoking can be a dream, the conquest of a tobacco-free society. We have to join to achieve a tobacco-free generation. I want you to consider me and my firm commitment to make this dream a reality as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. I think it's now time to watch Dr. Gauden Galea's video.
Distinguished guests, fellow speakers, friends and allies in tobacco control. 35 years ago, as a young public health graduate, full of idealism and passion, I read the report of a conference held in Madrid in November 1988, a report under the title A Smoke-Free Europe, It Can Be Done, jointly organized by an identical partnership to the present conference. Madrid 88 was a veritable template for the meeting we are closing today. That conference ignited a movement in tobacco control that resonates in Europe and the world till today, and it is a conference that echoed in the heart of this then young public health professional and in the halls of this meeting over the past 3 days. Those were days when you needed to ask for a non-smoking seat as far away from smoking, please, when you checked in for a flight. Those were days when cigarette advertising glared at you every time you opened a newspaper. Those were days when you felt embarrassed to ask someone to stop smoking next to you on a bus, in the workplace, even in a Ministry of Health or a hospital. Those were days when we could barely get a text warning on cigarette packets, when the effectiveness of pricing tobacco to make it less affordable was hotly refuted by industry and ministries of finance. And that was a conference which discussed openly the concept of the smoke ring, a clever name for the conspiracy of politicians, industry, and smokers themselves that kept effective tobacco legislation from being adopted. Ladies and gentlemen, what a long way we have come indeed. We have attained the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, banned advertising and sponsorship, set up graphic warnings and plain packaging, enforced smoke-free public places, and even enacted legislation to declare countries' stated goals of attaining freedom from tobacco and nicotine within a decade or so. All of these were almost unattainable dreams to the visionaries of the Madrid 88 conference. These 3 days of vigorous discussion have celebrated those dreams and those achievements. You have also faced head-on the challenges of today: flagging political will, industry interference surging after the pandemic, the novel tobacco products that draw young people into a new form of addiction that in many fora divide the tobacco control community itself, the tobacco-related industries with their 70-year history of misleading both public and governments and their evolving tactics, and how to hold them accountable. But the Madrid 2023 declaration shows that we are not powerless against the industry. It shows the unity in our movement. It advances the determination to go beyond the focus on individual behavior into the more structural determinants, strives to attain equity, strengthens the environmental resolve, calls on active European citizenship, draws on all technologies that have become available to public health advocates, and most importantly, invites countries to declare in law their intent to go smoke-free. The spirit of Madrid 88 is still among us in Madrid 23, equally youthful, equally vibrant, equally resonant, equally passionate, equally convinced that we must and we can do this right now. Thank you and congratulations.
It is now time to hear the words of Mrs. Raquel Giotti, Secretary General for Research, Ministry of Science and Innovation, and member of the 9th ECTO Madrid 2023 Honours Committee.
President of the Spanish Association Against Cancer and ACC Scientific Foundation, dear Ramon, President of the Association of European Cancer Leagues, Professor Ruiz Medeiros, Chair of the 9th ACTOH Madrid 2023 Scientific Committee, José María Martín Moreno, Director of the International Agency for Research on Cancer, Dr. Weider Paz, Ambassador on Special Mission for the International Crisis, COVID-19 and Global Health of the Spanish Government, Mr. Borja Cabezón, authorities, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by congratulating the organizers on the great success of the conference. I want also to express my gratitude to each and every one of you for your engagement in the fight against the tobacco epidemic. The 9th edition of this European conference has included a multi-sectorial perspective and a participatory approach as essential elements to foster the adoption and implementation of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control. This conference has also displayed a high-level scientific content. Science plays a crucial role in fighting against social and health challenges, such as tobacco use, by promoting a foundation of knowledge developing innovative solutions, informing policy, promoting education, and encouraging collaboration. During the last decades, science has provided evidence-based information on the harmful events of tobacco use and has established the unequivocal link between tobacco use and different health problems, including cancer, but also heart disease, stroke, and respiratory illnesses such as COPD, and also the increased risk for immune-related diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, pregnancy complications, and other less studied conditions, such as, for example, mental complications, mental health in children exposed to tobacco. The scientific evidence is overwhelming, but clearly the information about the deleterious effects of tobacco use is not enough. We need to focus also on prevention, understanding the social and economic factors that influence tobacco use, or testing new interventions. During this European conference, you have discussed important topics related to prevention measures and the unequal effect they have on vulnerable population. It is clear that there is much work to be done to ensure that prevention measures against tobacco use are effective and equitable. We need science to support and guide this work. We know that analyzing the impact of tobacco use on different populations, including vulnerable population and vulnerable groups such as low-income individuals, children, pregnant women, or minorities, helps to develop target interventions that address their specific needs. By providing information, science can inform policy decisions and help reduce the prevalence of tobacco use and move forward the achievement of a tobacco-free generation. By investing in science, Europe can create a better future for its citizens and address some of the most pressing challenges of our time. At the Spanish Ministry of Science and Innovation, we are fully aware of the relevance of this particular challenge and the crucial role of science. Our National Institute of Health, Carlos III, the main public funding organization for biomedical research in our country, supports the research projects specifically focused on tobacco use. Our National Research Council and some of our best national research centers are also firmly committed with this fight and are involved in different research lines that focus not only on the mechanistic and biological aspect, but also in prevention, health promotion, and implementation of tobacco control measures. For example, our National Center of Epidemiology, that is also part of our National Institute of Health, focuses on the surveillance of tobacco consumption, the burden of disease caused by this risk factor, and on evaluating the impact of prevention and control measures, especially tobacco regulations. This is a good example on how public funding science in our national centers is providing relevant information not only from an academic point of view, but also for policy making. As we move forward, we need to continue prioritize these issues and work towards solutions that benefit everyone. Let us not forget the impact that prevention measures can have on individuals and communities, and let us strive towards a future where everyone can access to the resources and support they need to live healthy and fulfilling lives. I would like to finish my intervention emphasizing once again the need for evidence-based policies and interventions to reduce tobacco use and its harmful effects on health and society, and also highlighting the importance of continued actions and collaborations. Thank you once again for your time and dedication to this important cause. Let us continue to work together towards a better future for all, a future without tobacco. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary General. And the following session will be used to read the Madrid Declaration for a Smoke-Free Generation. For this, I call to the stage Dr. José María Martín Moreno, Professor Ruiz Medeiros, and Dr. Andrés Zamorano. Please.
Is the boss?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So, distinguished authorities, dear friends, this is a time actually to present a solemn declaration, which is a charter, which is called the Madrid 2023 Declaration for a Tobacco-Free Generation. We are going to present it together with my dear friends, Dr. Ruiz Medeiros and Dr. Andrés Zamorano. I ask actually to have you in the screen, the text, so that everything is clear, because we want you to endorse, if possible, this declaration. And if you want to challenge anything, you let us know. But this should be a collective declaration because we are convinced in these principles. And you know that there are many principles without continuity sometimes. The same thing, there are many continuities without principles. But these should be the principles that we should follow up if we agree. The consequences of tobacco are devastating. Not only is tobacco use the leading cause of preventable disease and death in Europe and worldwide, but it also harms our planet, causing environmental damage along the whole cycle from the cultivation of tobacco plants to post-production consumer waste.
Hello. All variants of tobacco and related products are harmful, and there is no self-threshold of exposure. That means that any exposure to all is harmful.
All types of tobacco and non-medicinal nicotine products are highly addictive and have detrimental effects on the environment.
We know that it's possible to significantly reduce the threat and impact of tobacco use by taking an appropriate action. And
yet, authorities and society at large, for which each of one of us bears responsibility, lack the courage needed to eradicate this threat.
A wide range of novel and emerging tobacco and related nicotine products have aggressively penetrated the European market, which needs to be much more strictly regulated.
Yes, and certain population groups are more vulnerable and suffer more intensively from this threat. And urgent measures are needed to reduce health inequality in tobacco control.
For all the above reasons, the Madrid 23 Declaration calls for the active involvement of individuals, particularly the young people, institutions, companies, health professionals, media experts, civil society, and policy makers to joint efforts to achieve the ultimate goal of a tobacco-free generation in Europe and hopefully everywhere.
So, with the purpose of accelerating advances towards this ambitious aim, the participants collectively endorse this declaration and commit themselves to work to the following objectives for 2030. And given that it has been held in Spain and co-organized with our dear colleagues from the CMPT, which is the Spanish umbrella organization for all the efforts of the civil society, scientific societies on tobacco prevention and control, we are going to do it in a sequential way, so that we are going to present one point in English, and Dr. Andrés Zamorano will say it in Spanish, in a solemn way.
First one, to adopt and reinforce tobacco control policies to ensure full implementation of the WHO FCTC and existing European and national regulation and broaden the scope to include novel and emerging products.
Adoptar y cumplir las políticas de control del tabaco para garantizar la plena aplicación del Convenio Marco de la Organización Mundial de la Salud para el control del tabaco y las normativas europeas y nacionales vigentes y ampliar el ámbito de aplicación para incluir los nuevos productos y emergentes.
Number 2, to eradicate all forms of advertising and promotion of tobacco and its emerging variants, including nicotine and non-nicotine related products, on audiovisual platforms, social media, and any other channels.
Erradicar todas las formas de publicidad y promoción del tabaco y sus variantes emergentes, incluyendo nicotina, en plataformas audiovisuales, redes sociales y otros canales.
Number 3, to adopt and enforce regulations to protect policy-making process from tobacco industry interference, including obligations and transparency.
Adoptar y aplicar estrictamente normativas que protejan los procesos de elaboración de políticas de las injerencias de la industria tabacalera, incluidas obligaciones en materia de transparencia.
Number 4 is address the roles of social, political, cultural, behavioral, and commercial determinants of health, contributing to the uptake of tobacco and related products.
Abordar el papel de los determinantes sociales, políticos, culturales, conductuales y comerciales de la salud que contribuyen al consumo de tabaco y productos relacionados.
Number 5, to ensure an appropriate legislative framework that safeguards children and adolescents from tobacco and nicotine products by preventing their uptake, including through reducing their appeal and affordability.
Garantizar un marco legislativo adecuado que proteja a los niños y adolescentes de los productos del tabaco y la nicotina para prevenir su consumo, incluso medidas que reduzcan su atractivo y asequibilidad.
Number 6, address health inequalities by adopting structural policies and interventions to reduce disparities.
Abordar las desigualdades en materia de salud adoptando políticas e intervenciones estructurales para reducir las disparidades.
Number 7, to preserve the environment from the pollution and degradation linked to tobacco and related products.
Preservar el medio ambiente de la contaminación y la degradación vinculadas al tabaco y sus productos relacionados.
Number 8, encourage active citizenship to achieve a tobacco-free society.
Fomentar el activismo de la ciudadanía para lograr una sociedad sin tabaco.
Number 9, to ensure universal coverage and access to evidence-based interventions to help smokers to quit.
Garantizar la cobertura universal en el acceso a intervenciones basadas en la evidencia para ayudar a los fumadores a dejar de fumar.
And number 10, promote independent research and innovation on tobacco prevention and control, including data exchange and collaboration among countries, and widely share all relevant information and results with the general public.
Promover la investigación independiente y la innovación en materia de prevención y control del tabaquismo, incluyendo el intercambio de datos y la colaboración entre países, y compartiendo adecuadamente toda la información y los resultados oportunos con el público en general.
The message is, we agree unequivocal to jointly design a realistic and achievable roadmap with well-defined and targeted steps to make an imminent tobacco-free next generation a reality.
The time to act is now. Our children have the right to live in a tobacco-free environment. It is our ethical obligation and our responsibility to protect their health and the planet we live so future generations, to the future generations. Let us put words into action and do all we possibly can right now to eliminate the tobacco use. This is undersigned with enthusiasm. Daniela said before passion. I also like the word enthusiasm, which is word from the Greek enthusiasmos, which means inspiration or possession by a god. So we are inspired to make possible what is necessary. Madrid, 28th April 2023.
Well, thank you very much. And sorry.
Just a word before the closing message. I think we have said already the thank to all of you. The names have been said. And just remind this, probably in the future, we can keep this message and remembering the next actors that will be surprising, obviously, but this idea for tobacco smoke, we should think on this like Arnold Schwarzenegger did on the film Terminator. Hasta la vista, baby. But to all of you, I would like to say, hasta luego.
Hasta luego, Profesor Medeiros. Now we give the floor to Dr. Ramón Reyes, President of the Spanish Association Against Cancer and Scientific Foundation and President of the 9th edition of the Congress Tobacco or Health, to officially close this ECTO edition.
30 seconds, 30 seconds. First of all, I want to thank Michi, Primo de Rivera, for his generous contribution to this, in conducting every session of this meeting. Thank you, Michi. Thank you. Okay, so the 9th conference on tobacco health has come to an end. And, after this declaration, there are very few things to be said, in fact. But I would like to, first of all, thanks to those persons, all of you who have been working on this wonderful and very interesting scientific, epidemiological, sociological presentations. Thank you, all of you. Thanks to the persons who have supported from the international, organization Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Rui. Thanks to also to this group of young leaders, and later on I'll be back on them, on tobacco, and against tobacco, that, you know, had the opportunity to learn and share with us what it has to be done to achieve our main goal. I will summarize the main goal of this conference in having the first generation tobacco-free by 2040. And I will also thanks Jose Maria Martín Moreno, you know, and his scientific group. Thanks to all of them, and also for your abilities in drum. I was, you know, we were all very surprised and seeing you on the drums. I have seen you on the piano, but you know, the drums was something new. Thank you to also all the professionals and volunteers of the Spanish Society Against Cancer that have been attending all this meeting. Thank you to Nuria Masana and her team, who had been in the strategy and in the backstage of all the meeting. And maybe I'm gonna forget someone, so excuse me. But and I would give a special thanks to our best ambassador, the person who has been able that thousands and millions on TV of people in Spain are talking these days about the need of increasing prices of tobacco and the cost of diseases related to tobacco, and that is our dear Queen Letizia. So, warm thanks to Her Majesty. Thank you, Majesty. So, just to finish my words, I will reinforce that the main conclusion that we bring home, every one of us, apart from the task that we have everyone in its special field of speciality, is that the only way of having this generation, this tobacco-free generation by 2040 is involving and with the help of the youth, with the help of this wonderful group of European activists that we have had attending the meeting, and is the only way of working through with the youth and with the young generations, is the only way of facing the strategies of the tobacco industry that are looking and disposing new products to trap the new generations on other forms of inhalating not only tobacco. So the conclusion is go for this generation smoke-free by 2040. The young generation has the power to do that, and for that they will account with all our support, and we are all together working on this purpose. So go ahead for that.
thank you to all of you. Thank you.
Well, the Congress is officially closed. Many thanks to everyone for synthesizing the most relevant conclusions and lessons of these 2.5 days dedicated to joining forces against tobacco. All efforts add up to progress towards the global goal of achieving Europe's first tobacco-free generation by 2040. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you.
road signs going to the south side, city lights along the way. Everything is alright, 'cause I can almost see your face. Take me to the dark sky underneath the starlight, 40 minutes from LA. Everything is alright. How I do it every day. The way you hold me, I wish time would go slowly. I know I'm not lonely when I'm with you. The way you hold me, I wish time would go slowly. I know I'm not lonely when I'm with you. All my nights are filled with you. Journeys in a sports car, wasted in the same bars, takes me back to Santa Fe. We were living like a new start, and with you I feel it every day. Don't need to check into the 5 stars, give me any hotel, stopping by the motorway. How'd you know me so well, but still got everything to say?